These gems don't just glisten, they pay. Play Lucky Gems from the lottery. Win up to $4,000. Stop at your favorite lottery retailer and ask for Lucky Gems today. Keep it rolling straight to your wallet and play Money Rolls from the lottery. Win up to $15,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up Money Rolls today. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Labor Day savings are here at the Home Depot with up to 35% off, plus up to an extra $450 off select appliances like LG. Keep your routines running smoothly with an LG refrigerator you can count on from the Home Depot. And with the connected ThinQ app, you'll know if the door is left open and when to replace the filter. Gear up for fall with Labor Day savings on LG, America's most reliable appliance brand at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 21st through September 10th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code,
summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule,
and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely. Boil
Shin
them and cut them.
guards. Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years. Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. The presenting sponsor of the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, first aid kits, supplies, and so much more. And even wet mops, floor mats, laundry services, they do it all. Alsco.com, ALSCO.com. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Warm afternoons, comfortable nights, low overnight at 64 degrees, sunny and warm on Wednesday, a high of 94. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, sunshine with temps in the mid-90s. Rain chances pretty much non-existent into mid-September. I'm meteorologist Scott Lauriamore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Oh, dude, that's awesome. Righteous. Sweet. Okay. This is the Tim Fletcher Show. Firing away on this Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. 103.3 FM, 1130 The Tiger. 103.3 FM, 1420 The Goat. in Lafayette, Louisiana. Our show presented to you by Alsco and Alsco.com. Alsco. When it comes to your uniform, linen, facility care needs, is there anyone better than Alsco? I don't think so. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. My friends, you can call us on the Mudbugs Hoggy hotline at 318-725-5945. 318-725-5945. That's 318-RALLY-45.
Hello?
Ed.
Hello?
What's up?
We're coming.
I was in your neighborhood this past weekend, man.
We're coming.
What's going on, man? I was looking for you.
And we ain't backing down.
Oh, glad I didn't find you. Mudbugs hockey on the road to get the season started. They'll be in town next weekend, though. Ho, 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 ho. Get your Mudbugs hockey tickets. MudbugsHockey.com, 318-636-7094. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Live Oak Environmental. Nice folks who will take care of your trash and your dumpster service. Tell you what, if you ain't using Live Oak, what's wrong with you? If your dumpster doesn't have the logo, Live Oak logo, Rogers, that's just trash. Live Oak Environmental. Taking care of business. Get in touch with Roy Walters' team. Little TCB Hall, Mama, little TCB. 318-230-7125, 318-230-7125. LiveOakENV.com. Save money, get better service, work with local folks. Call Roy Walters' team, Live Oak Environmental. The Early Riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros since 1973. Sports World's got goods, man. When it comes to your athletic gear needs, your athletic wear, your sporting stuff, there's only one place to go. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Go see Jack. My friends, we're on social media. We're all over X at Fletcher Worldwide at Fletcher Show and Hey Boy Rogers at AHITS32. We're on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. Our Facebook page is right there, the Tim Fletcher Show. And a reminder, we stream this show every day on so many different avenues. We've got Electric Avenue, where we rock down to every day. Oi! That's a great song. Eddie with no I, by the way. Eddie? Eddie? Wasn't it EDDY Grant?
Yes, it was. And not like Edie Brickell. It was
EDIE, yeah. Exactly. By the way, you'll find the show broadcast on Facebook, on the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page, at Fletcher Show X, and also on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. So, fun stuff, man. And after the show's over, we'll upload each and every hour of live radio so that you can download later from Spotify, Apple, Google, Amazon, iHeart, whatever. Wherever you have podcast stuff, that's where we'll have our stuff. We put our stuff where people put their other stuff. Look for our stuff, though. It smells better. Time now for your SEC Update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you and talk about your investment game plan going on a trip with your family and friends, okay, sometimes that could be kind of fun without a plan, but you end up driving into the ocean. So most folks like to have a plan, a path. The same for your financial travels as well, right? You want your trip to end with you in good shape when it's time to stop working. One way to do that is to have a good relationship with a professional financial advisor like Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo, bringing you this SEC update. So, we got a volleyball showdown. It's called the Showdown at the Net. ACC SEC Challenge. Last night and today. Clemson remained undefeated with the 3-1 takedown of Georgia, giving the Bulldogs their first loss. LSU held the SEC banner high and proud with a straight set shutout. Woo! Got to make sure I was. Holy moly, that was. Oh, wow. I think I'll say that again just to kind of push the envelope. Straight set shutout. Straight set shutout. Of Notre Dame. LSU improves to 5-2. Tennessee knocks off number 21 Georgia Tech 3-1. The Vols are now 5-1. Auburn with a straight set shutout of Virginia to improve to 5-1. 25th ranked North Carolina improved to 5-0 with a straight set shutout of 11th ranked Florida. Number 10 SMU with a straight set shutout of number 8 Texas A&M. Boston College remains undefeated with a 3-2 win over Arkansas. The Hogs are 1-4. Stanford, of course, goes to Columbia, Missouri, and beats Missouri. Why are they even in the league? 5th-ranked Stanford with a 3-1 win. 3-1. It continues today. Wake Forest at Alabama. That's at 5 o'clock. On the ACC Network, South Carolina, NC State, and Raleigh. 5:30 on ESPN, it's the doozy. Number 3, Kentucky welcomes number 7, Pitt. That's actually at the in Fort Worth, Texas. They're going neutral site, baby. Ole Miss and Miami of Florida play in Miami. That's at 5:30. Duke and Mississippi State play in Stogville. That's at 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock as well in Norman, Oklahoma. By golly, Florida State's coming up there. A&M and TCU play in Fort Worth as well. That's on the FS1 at 6:30. Louisville and Texas at 8 o'clock on ESPN in Fort Worth. And Vandy and Cal play in the We Didn't Know You Guys Existed match at 9 o'clock. And that's your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101. Located at 223 Fannin, downtown Shreveport. Time now to say hello to our old pal Rogers Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day, Timothy Fletcher, or should I say Steven Tyler, over there living on the edge with your straight set shutout. Whew.
You did it too. Look at you.
That's it. I'm doing it once, and that is it. I mean, most things just try once. Things I like, I'll try them twice. But I didn't like that much.
If it were a shifty straight set shutout.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Steven Tyler, come on now. Living on the edge over there. You're getting jaded.
If we had to go through the stats, like we had to sift through a shifty straight set shutout, Rogers, we would be really pushing it as far as having to hit that dump button.
Yeah.
You know, but as I sift through the shifty straight set shutout, I noticed softly
that she sells seashells by the seashore?
Yes.
Okay.
How was your Tuesday, sir?
It was Tuesday.
Yeah, it was. What happened?
Kind of a second Monday almost. It
Right.
felt like a little bit.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I've had 4 days of football right in a row. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Monday. Yeah. 5 days of football right in a row. Here we go. Oh. There's no football tonight. What do I do? So I started watching the Cowboys Netflix thing again.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It's really good. And then, I got home yesterday, Raj, and I was like, okay, took me a little nappy poo about 3 o'clock. I fell asleep about 3 o'clock, woke up at 5:15.
Oh, that's more than a little nap.
That's more than a little nap. That's almost what we get at night.
That's about half as much as we get at night.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so last night, I'm, bebopping around and walking around like, okay, going to go brush my teeth. Let's see, coffee's made already. Let's see, what time is it? 11:57. What am I doing? I was wide awake. And so I was like, I'm going to make myself go to sleep now.
Okay.
And so I put a pillow over my face.
Okay, Mariah.
And said, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Get off sleep. Eventually, I fell asleep. Yeah. Rogers, I had a weird dream.
Oh, no.
I knew I was going to have a weird dream because I watched the UFO video last night.
Oh, you can't do that.
Did you see the UFO thing that was released yesterday?
I guess I did not.
Where there was an orb flying along the coast somewhere.
This is like recently?
Yeah.
Because I know I've watched a bunch of those shows where they show that,
Well, this is
so this is the latest.
The latest. They presented it to Congress yesterday, I believe. It's from 2024. And we use like our biggest, baddest Tomahawk missile. Like the 100-pound dudes that are bunker busters, those things. And it shows that we fire from a drone a Tomahawk missile at this orb over the ocean, and boom, big explosion. The orb just kind of spins around and keeps on going. And I said, like a wishbone fullback smelling pay dirt. Just keep on trucking.
Right in my wheelhouse.
Exactly.
There, buddy.
So, I mean, at first I was like, well, hat tip to the UFO because he want some, get some. It was like ready to score. It was not going to be denied of wherever it was going. And you could hear the voices of the cops like, where is it? Is that it? Oh, my gosh. They widened it out, and it's still trucking. And the U.S. Air Force general or whatever said, yeah, we hit it it was a direct hit with a Tomahawk missile. And it kept on moving. I'm like, oh, okay.
So nobody was going to break its stride?
I guess so.
Nobody was going to slow it down.
And so I'm like, oh, great. Now I'm going to have, the UFO thing in my head.
So what are they saying?
There are some people
How are they trying to explain this all?
I don't know. Some people believe it is our stuff, but it's so top secret that they can't release it. And they can't say that it's our stuff because it's so top secret that we don't want the other.
But they're releasing that we shot at
it, yeah. And so, Rogers, I had a dream last night.
Oh, no.
And so I'm in this backyard somewhere, okay, in this house, this big kind of mansion built into a hill. And I don't know if it was mine or if I was just kind of stealing it. But I was kind of walking around like I owned it, And so just had a little cocktail in my hand, had a, beer in my glass, and I was walking around in this backyard. I never, ever, like in my part of my own dreams or whatever. And so I'm like, ooh, I got to take a leak, and I'm like, well, it's my backyard. I can do whatever I want to, And I have this grove of trees in my vast backyard. And I had them cut to where there were like it was like shrubs, but they were trees. They were tall. But like they came down looked like Gumby. Like his legs, how Gumby's legs split?
Yeah.
That's how my trees were. They were split and then tall, and they kind of split up there almost like a chromosome, like an X chromosome.
Okay.
These trees and bushes like that. And I'm out there, and I'm talking to somebody behind me, like, oh, yeah, we'll be up there in a little bit. Woo-hoo! As I'm just still taking a leak. And all of a sudden, and I'm carrying a flashlight under my arm so I can kind of see where I am because it's so dark in my vast backyard, And as my spotlight and my flashlight, I'm kind of, woo, what's going on, man? And I'm still peeing, and I'm looking back here, and I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, like one of my trees, took 2 steps forward. And I'm like, what the heck? I said, hey, did anybody see that tree just move? No one said anything, so I got my flashlight. I zipped up, take my flashlight, and I shine it over there. And the tree that was on this row, I swear I saw it take like 2 steps and was now on this row. I was like, hey, that tree moved. That tree's alive, man. And no one, there's this party going on back at my house. I'm like, hey. And then I turn around and shine the spotlight again, Raj, and the tree turned and looked at me. Like bent at its waist and like bent his left knee toward me and turned and looked at me. And like his arms like, and looked at me. I was like, oh, shoot. And then I woke up. So there you go. That's why you don't take 2-hour naps, folks.
Attacked by Gumby the
Got
tree.
attacked by a Gumby tree. And
now
boy,
I understand the tree song by Rush way better.
I'm telling you.
There is trouble in the forest. There is unrest with the trees.
Tell you what, right? If you could have seen through my eyes what that tree, how angry it looked back at me, like that I had discovered that it was alive and it was an alien tree.
You know what? You understand the feeling I had a couple of Halloweens ago when that thing turned and those glowing eyes looked at me like, hey, buddy, you're looking at the wrong damn thing.
You're looking at the wrong thing. You need to move on.
And I moved on.
And I woke up.
Thank God you woke up.
Yes.
But did you have that split second when you woke up where you were
dude.
In that where,
Yeah.
what, when, how?
Right.
Oh, that's why they say all those phrases together.
Yeah. The 3-set shutout is what I was saying over there. I woke up and I was like, Boo?
You know what? Next time you have a bad golf shot, go with that one.
Right.
3-set shutout. Not
6:18 the time. So,
and if Adam thought we did coke yesterday, what's he think we're going to do today? Man, are those shrooms ready?
Wait a minute. Ruben's walking in here now.
Oh, I've smelled that smell before.
6:18 the time.
I had
It is a
Vietnam
good
vet suite mate at NLU one semester that he was actually a Vietnam vet, and he would cook up mushrooms with his tea mushroom in his thing. But we were on like the 8th floor of Olin, so nobody gave a crap.
By the time the security could get up there,
it was gone.
The elevator wouldn't work.
And if you were brave enough to go all the way to 11, with the way that building swayed, 8 was the highest I stayed.
Yeah.
I never had to go by. I was 8.
I was a
8
5.
and
I was
6.
a 5th floor guy.
Yeah, I was 8 and 6. Oh man.
6:18 the time. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, your local uniform professionals since 1970. Dave's not here, man.
Adam's not here.
Adam's not here, man. Our show also coming at you courtesy of the fine folks over at Goodwill Industries, bringing you the Goodwill Industries Unsung Hero on Friday nights. We'll ask each of our high school coaches as well their unsung heroes from the first games and their unsung heroes throughout the entire season, because basically that's what Goodwill Industries is right here in our neck of the woods. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana has been around since 1926, servicing 26 parishes from Ellick all the way north. Job centers, retail certification, GED, job placement. They do so much for so many. And I know how much they appreciate any and all support that you can give them. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, unsung heroes in Shreveport, Bossier, and all of North Louisiana. Hambone and I will be back with more from our show, brought to you by Alsco.com, right after this.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Look alive, Stu Prune, Coach McCoacherson here for Sports World, letting you know whatever football equipment you need right now, they got it for you at Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been taking care of football players for 50 years. 50 years! Do you know how hard it is to find a 50-year-old football player right now? They can find one for you at Sports World. Looking for a chin strap? They got it. Need some shoelaces? They got it. You need some Gatorade gum? They still make that? I think they got it. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport-Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night, plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hambone. Hampton, we're coming to you live thanks to our friends over at Alsco.com when it comes to your uniform, linens, facility care, and so much more. Alsco.com's got you squared away, buddy. They take away the dirty stuff, bring back clean stuff, make life nice and comfortable for you. You know, and that's what it's all about. They just want to be nice. They want you to look nice. They want you to feel good about everything. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132, your local uniform professional since 1973. So, Raj, the American League West got a little tighter last night. Got a little tighter. The Astros fall, and boy, Rogers, it just feels like that Luis Garcia is not going to catch a break, buddy. I'm afraid you are correct, sir.
Yeah, I hate it for anybody that goes through a rehab like that, and then you have
over
a couple
2
successful
years
starts, and then you're right back where you started. And you got to remember, part of last night's game was they still don't have their closer, Hader. So Abreu comes in with a 2-run lead and blows it in the ninth. So it just seems like they're kind of out of sorts right now. That this is not the rotation, and every time a spotter thinks he's got a steady lineup, somebody gets injured. Somebody, has to be reassigned. Jake Myers comes back, but then Garcia gets hurt again. It just seems like they're just can't find a steady groove, and the injuries are a part of it as well. Like I said, last night, Hader, he's healthy and fine. He probably comes in, closes that out, and they win the ball game and still have a 2-game lead, and that's it.
Right.
But, Abreu's good, but he's not Hader. That's the reason why they pay Hader that much money.
Right.
But still, you have a 2-run lead in the ninth. You should probably close it out. But he didn't, and that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes.
It's baseball, and that's exactly what happened. They had a 3-1 lead over the Blue Jays.
A lot of tight races, man, so it's not like one team is just really just.
Yeah. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa hit a 2-run single, tied it up. Tyler Heineman, RBI ground out in the bottom of the 10th, scored former Astros prospect. And Miles Straw made it to the big leagues for a little while.
He was starting center fielder for the Astros.
Yeah,
he was the fastest guy on the team.
It still is one of the fastest guys
Yes, he
in
is.
the league.
Yes, he is. And he's back together with Springer, so it was like an Astros reunion last night with Correa, Springer, Straw. It was just like, wait, why don't you just come on over?
Yeah.
Just come to the locker room.
Just walk over there. And even though Christian Walker made a nice play at first, there's just no way he's going to throw Straw out at home. And Luis Garcia, as we just alluded to, who had just returned to the mound after missing over 2 years due to Tommy John surgery, left the game with 2 outs in the second inning, threw a pitch 88 miles an hour and just stopped and pointed to the trainer and said, "Come get me." And that was it. There was no discussion on the mound. He just walked off and it was over with. And that is not good, more than likely. So the Astros lose. And meanwhile, the Texas Rangers, the Michael Hellman late summer surge has been pretty crazy. This kid was claimed off the Pirates waiver wire 3 months ago. Designated for assignment. Nobody wanted him. He was on the waiver wire. Rookie. Rangers like, yeah, we'll throw a claim on him. He had knocked in all 5 runs on Monday night. Hit a 2-run homer last night. Made a leaping, backhanded catch that robbed Milwaukee of a 2-run home run again. So he added 2 to the ledger. Kept 2 off the ledger. In a 5-4 Rangers win. Wyatt Langford also had an RBI triple. Kyle Higashioka had an RBI single. The Rangers have now won 3 straight. And out west, Randy Arozarena hit a go-ahead 3-run home run. He hit, that's his career-high 30th home run, I believe, in the bottom of the third as part of his 4 RBI night to power Seattle to a 5-3 win over visiting St. Louis. So all of those results leave us in this situation. Houston, 1 game ahead of Seattle for the American League West right now. Texas, 2.5 games behind the Astros. Seattle has a 1.5 game lead over Texas for the 3rd and final wild card spot. Seattle is 3.5 games behind both Boston and the Yankees, who are tied for the top wild card 2 spots. And so, Rogers, it literally is one of these things like with 16 games to go, the Astros could win this thing by 5 games. They could end up being a wild card. They could end up being out of the playoffs. It's going to be that tight going down. Rangers could win the West, could be a wild card, and could be out of the playoffs. And the Mariners could, all 3 of those teams. And then there's all 3 of them could be in the playoffs, and the Yankees and Red Sox could fall out. We're hoping for that. I guarantee you the broadcast partners are not hoping for a Yankees-Red Sox omission from the postseason. Because as it stands right now, with the Yankees and Red Sox being 1 and 2 in the wild card, they wouldn't have to face each other, and so you'd be guaranteed at least a shot of both of them advancing to the division series, which is exactly what everybody wants. Yes. I don't think the world wants the Rangers, Astros, and Mariners to be in the playoffs with Detroit.
The Jays, Detroit.
Toronto, Detroit, Houston, Seattle, and Texas. I don't think that's how they drew it up.
You're exactly right. They don't want that.
No, sir. But there's that possibility. Yankees are in a pressure cooker, buddy.
And we can go down to that last game again.
And the Red Sox just lost Roman Anthony for the rest of the regular season. You know, hotshot rookie that's been absolutely on fire. He's not going to be able to play maybe until the ALCS if they get that far, or at least the division series. So the American League pennant races and playoff chase is going to be fun. And we are going to continue to pay attention to it here, even though we are steeped in football because we get it. Right. The American League West has been a playoff for a month. Absolutely. Yeah, it has. And by the way, the Orioles have now adopted a new home run celebration. They put on a Ravens helmet and run the gauntlet in the dugout, which is pretty sticking funny. So you got that going for you, which is nice. So there you go, a little baseball update as things are going to really, really be fun down the road. Time now for a LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River Cities Lighting.com. They've got light fixtures for inside the house. They've got light fixtures for outside the house. They got light fixtures for all over the house. Plus, they've got wallpaper, and they've got rugs, and an incredible, helpful crew. Kevin, Lori, Heather, Courtney, and more. Bringing you this LSU update. A lot of eggs being placed in the Peyton Pops Houston basket. Peyton, Houston, 4-star, some 5-star, will be a 5-star if not already. Quarterback for the Evangel Eagles has been considered an USC lean after a couple of weeks ago and a trip out to Southern Cal. This past weekend, though, he was on campus at Oklahoma for the OU-Michigan game. And after leaving Oklahoma, where he had an extended stay and had a nice visit with the coaches, according to multiple reports, Oklahoma is now the recruiting prediction machine's choice for the On3 Rivals crew. But as is mentioned on Bengal Tiger, Peyton Houston, who is going to announce his commitment on Monday the 15th, Rogers, that's next Monday, the Evangel Eagle will announce his college choice. And guess where he's going to be in his final weekend, though? That would be Baton Rouge. So, he's been to Southern Cal, and people thought he was going to Southern Cal. He goes to Oklahoma, and everyone thinks that means he's going to Oklahoma because of the conversations he has there and the length of visit he has there. But he's spending his last weekend of recruiting with Brian Kelly and the LSU Tigers. Hey, isn't this great? So, and that's always been kind of a truth teller for a lot of these recruiting prediction guys. They say wherever they go last is pretty often where they pick. Not saying that's going to be the case with Peyton Pops Houston at all, but I think that LSU at least is going to get their shot at trying to put their best foot forward with one of the quarterbacks in this 2027 class. And as mentioned, I have a buddy from OU that lives in Dallas that texted me. He goes, "Hey, what are you hearing about Peyton Pops Houston?" I told him exactly what I just said. He goes, "Man, I think our OU guys, they really do think," he goes, "I'm talking about coaches and athletic officials, they really think that they've got it wrapped up." And he goes, we're kind of already counting on that. I was like, "Oh, maybe so." I said, "I don't know." I said, "But he's going to be in Baton Rouge this weekend." And so there you go. Peyton Pops Houston, highly coveted class of 2027 quarterback. And remember, Denny Duron said he's the best that's ever come through Broad Acres Road. And there's been a handful of pretty good quarterbacks. And Roy said he's one of my buddy Roy Lang, of course, here at the paper, said he's one of, if not the best high school quarterback he's ever seen too. So there's some high praise from a couple of fellas. And then we're old. Yeah. And Roy ain't no spring chicken anymore. So there you go. That's your LSU update. Peyton Pops Houston making his commitment choice on Monday, September 15th. And that, my friends, is your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, rivercitieslighting.com. They've got light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, all over the house. Rod, you know it's a Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation Day. We're going to have Coy Brotherton join us here in just a wee bit. Also want to give a shout-out to our buddies over at Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport and Bossier Cities, premier sports cards and TCG store. They've got buy, sell, trade opportunities for you. They do consignment, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon cards, Tops, Upper Deck, Fanatics, Collect, Direct Submission Shop. They're a Games Workshop, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering, Friday, every week, Commander Night. And they also have Tuesday and Saturday standard weekly challenges, Pokemon play on Sundays, and it's the only place I go to buy my cards for baseball collecting, football card collecting, basketball card collecting, and so much more. That's the place to be. Sports Cards of Louisiana on North Market, north of I-220 in the Brookshire Shopping Center, where you see Brookshire's on North Market, right north of I-220. Look on just right around there, right around the corner. Same building with Brookshire's, but facing north instead of facing west. You'll find Sports Cards of Louisiana. And we'll be back with Coy Brotherton right after this. We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas, next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com.
Bell Brothers Lumber is your local lumber company located at 1321 Martin Lane, just northeast of Bossier High School, featuring hot shot delivery service. They will deliver your lumber hardware needs swiftly and efficiently to your doorstep at no extra charge. And if you have a surplus undamaged materials, they'll pick them up and give you a store credit in return. Spell Brothers Lumber, spellbroslumber.com, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, 318-747-1194.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone, Hampton at 636. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Jack's got you covered for any sporting gear you need. Oh, Jack. He's a good man, man. Oh. Our show also brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber, bringing you the Lay in the Lumber Award. And Tech Tuesday. Spell Brothers Lumber, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, just north of Bossier High School, on Martin Lane between I-20 and East Texas, the home of hot shot delivery service. They will deliver that lumber, those doors, those windows, cabinets, whatever, hardware, to your job site quickly and efficiently. And remember, Spell Brothers Lumber gives you their Spell Brothers guarantee. Any unused, undamaged material that you've paid for, they will come pick it up after the job is over. Hey, man, we didn't use it, and it's all clean right here. They'll take it back and give you a store credit. That's good old John Solomons. JP at Spell Brothers Lumber, 318-747-1194. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, it is the venerable, the always pleasant, highly organized, quite successful head coach of the Parkway Panthers. It's our man, Coy Brotherton. What's up, Coy?
What's going on, Fletch? How are y'all?
I'm good, man. Got a question for you. It's a loaded question, so I'll give you a couple of seconds here to think about it. All right?
All right.
Present, the last couple of years excluded, okay? So we don't have kids that are still playing high school football right now. Who's the best high school football quarterback you've ever seen? Prior to this crew here, that includes Peyton, that includes Malachi, that includes Caleb, that includes Ben, Delafield, all those kids. Restovich. Take those kids out of the mix, say from 4 years ago and beyond that. Who's the best high school quarterback you think you've seen?
Oh, man. Well, that comes to mind right away. I think he's probably got to be up there. You think about Parkway, the history they've had. They went through a run of Colby Copeland and Brandon Harris and Justin Rogers and Keandre Hootie. You could probably pick any of those guys. Those come to mind. I don't know. Back when I was little, Arnez Battle was the guy. I say little. When I was in high school, he was the guy. I got to say, I heard you earlier, and Roy and those guys are right. Pop's up there with them, for sure. So I definitely think he's in the mix on that. But I think Brandon Harris, just taking a team here locally to the state championship game is that's unheard of, uncalled for, unprecedented. So as far as high school career, Brandon's got to be up there. It's probably the best I've seen. And then I always enjoyed watching Dak and followed his career, after Alton. So definitely those guys.
I think that's a pretty good laundry list there of fellows right there. And Dak was phenomenal, as you well know how much we documented that. And I still will never forget Brandon, being on the sidelines of that game and seeing his hands bleeding from those new footballs they were using in the state championship game. And I'm like, wow. That is not good, and I think a lot of people probably wonder if they were able to play with the balls that they had been playing with, would it have been a little bit of a different outcome for them, So And Justin Rogers, I think, will go down as one of the what could have been, if not for injuries, careers of all time around here.
Yeah.
It
could, he could. Brandon and them had a good year, but I mean Rogers was kind of like a dual threat guy.
Yeah.
Run and throw, and not that the other ones couldn't, but it's Rogers is more of the runner. Brandon probably had the whole package, and Andre was probably the better thrower than all three. So you could argue a shrink for all of them.
Yeah, you could. And I think Keandre reminded me of Brent Rawls in a little bit. I think Brent might have been a stronger runner, but as far as arm strength, those two kids right there, Brent Rawls and Keandre Woodley, could throw a ball as far and as hard as anybody ever needed to at the high school level. I know that it's just incredible. But now, let's focus on your guys. You got a kid in Caleb Williams that you'd probably take basically 200 yards, 3 touchdowns every game. It's not bad.
We will. And very efficient. I think it was like 18 of 23, 24, something like that. And, like I said, we missed having him last year. A lot of people, he was just kind of coming into his own last year during that time of week 4 of his junior year, really kind of showing what he could do. We always knew he could, but he was hitting strides last year, and then the injury happened, and he missed the whole second half of the season. And I'm just proud of him and glad for him and happy for him that he's able to get out there and show everybody what we knew he could do. And that's kind of the main thing. I'm just happy for him and just seeing him have fun and be efficient and, get the ball to who we and do what we asked him to do.
What else made you pretty happy about that opening 43-13 win over Carroll last week?
I thought we played better, just really in all phases of the game. A lot more smoother than it was in the Jamboree as far as, personnel groupings and changes, and we cut the penalties in half and just kind of flew around to the football, And I don't know if it's, sometimes when you have an older group of guys, 26 seniors, I guess they kind of realized that, hey, this is for real. They kind of turned it up a little bit. I thought that was pretty cool to see, just to see them a little bit more fired up for a regular season game than they were in the Jamboree, and I told our guys and staff, you could just kind of tell the energy was a little different, and I think that's a sign of guys that kind of get it and understand, what's at stake and what's in front of them, and, I think that's important.
I think it's highly important, and I think that usually means that they're focused on the task at hand. And this task this week is a Woodlawn squad that ended up on top in a really entertaining game against Green Oaks last week. And I think that when we talked to Thedrick yesterday, he saw kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly of what Woodlawn can bring to the table. They want him to, he wants to see mistakes eliminated, but he also knows he's got some really, really good football players on that roster. And so when you looked at Woodlawn and how they were able to handle things against Green Oaks and the way that they kind of handled some adversity early in that game and overcame it, what was your takeaway?
Well, like you said, it was an entertaining game for sure. I enjoyed watching it, as a fan. I think the first time I watched it on film, I caught myself watching it as a fan, and I'm a big Nick Peoples guy. I coached with Nick over at Captain Shreve for a few years, so pulling for him, and I was kind of watching to see what they do and, watching them. And then when you sit down and watch the film and kind of break it down, the running back for Woodlawn obviously stands out. He was over probably 200 yards, I think what we had him charted at. And, he's a physical runner. He's a big kid, and sometimes that's more scary than the fast ones, when you have that bruising running back that gets those extra 2 to 3 yards after contact. That's the scary part. Kind of reminds me a little bit of C.J. Dudley that we had last year. Mm-hmm. So that stood out right away. And like you said, it was an entertaining game. I knew the score. You look at the final score, and then you put the film in. You're like, okay, when's Woodlawn going to make this run? How they can come back, and it showed their kids a lot of fight and a lot of heart because they were down in that game early and made some big plays later in the game and pulled away there at the end. So those are two things that stood out, right away was just the physicality of the running back and the heart and the fight that team had to come back and get that win.
When you take a look at the schedule here. I don't know if you draw the short straw or the long straw here. You finish up your non-district portion of play this Friday. It's over with. After that, it's all district games.
Right.
There's nothing you can do about it. Do you kind of prefer that once you get started in district play, you don't have to step out of it?
There's pros and cons to that. Obviously, when we drew the week 2, I guess, bye week, it's easier to find a game. More teams are looking for a week 2. So we didn't have to, worry about having to travel. I think Shreve's traveling to Destrehan. Halton's got to go to St. Louis Catholic, and I think Benton's going to Leesville. So that part's good. We were able to get a local team here in town to play. But then the negative of that is we're fixing to start district play in week 3, and it's a dogfight every week. You don't get that, that possible off week or bye week. If you draw week 7 or week 8, you're limited on who you can play, but you could also maybe take that bye and heal your kids and rest. So it is what it is. We enjoy the schedule that we have, and we're looking forward to starting that district play next week.
Is there a bus that just drove past you there, Coy? It sounded like
there was. That's Coach Concilio. Man, he does so many jobs. He's driving the morning bus route. He'll be doing driver's ed this afternoon, coaching wrestling tonight, and he mixes football in every now and then. That's Michael. He does a lot of jobs here at Parkway.
And Concilio's so cool. He's the only guy that's got a sunroof in the bus.
You're right about that with his white sunshades on.
That's absolutely right, man. Nothing wrong with that, buddy. Your Georgia Bulldogs. How do you feel about this Tennessee matchup?
I was shocked to see that the line was only about 3 or 4 points. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something with Tennessee. I know they're good on offense and explosive, but it's still the Georgia Bulldogs. We should be more than a 3-point favorite against an SEC team. Well, that's not named Alabama or LSU.
Right. I think the betting public or the betting hierarchy has fallen in love with this Joey Aguilar kid. And I'm thinking, well, okay, let's see him do it against a Georgia team before we get too excited. I've already seen 3 columns this week. Tennessee has won the trade war with UCLA. I'm like, let's hold on. UCLA is going to stink, but I'm not ready to say that Joey Aguilar is the absolute be-all, end-all. And I'm with you. I think Georgia goes in there and kind of handles their business by a pretty good amount with some points to spare, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I think a lot of people are overreacting to the only beating Austin Peay by a few touchdowns.
Yeah. You know how that goes, Coy. You beat Austin Peay, you get the Austin Peay bump in the polls, and man, it's just hard to turn that down. Well, Friday night, buddy, the place to be for the Parkway Panther faithful is at Preston Crown Over, of course, as Cedric Harris brings his Woodlawn Knights into Sobo to take on Parkway. Coy, always enjoy visiting with you, buddy. Our best to your kids this Friday night as well.
I appreciate it, Fletcher. Have a great week.
You too. Coy Brotherton joining us here on our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. We'll continue with JB, Jerry Byrd at Plain Dealing when we rock on the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform professional since 1973. Our show also brought to you by GBT, the great banking team. Are you looking for great customer service from a bank? You think, well, no, because that's impossible. No one does that anymore. Yes, they do. Oh, baby, GBT, they still got the customer service. They know your baby's names. Oh, all the diaper dandies, he'll remember them. GBT, the great banking team. Oh, where's Adam? Right there on Line Avenue, just south of Byrd High School, 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, East Texas, next to the Bellagio, dude, in Bossier, man. GBT, the great banking team. Oh, if you're having a baby, you know where to go. Get him a savings account. Get her a little savings account as well over at GBT. Diaper dandies. We'll be back with more of the Early Riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World. In this portion of the radio show, also coming at you courtesy of Alsco.com. Back after this.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging. That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
Looking for real power and hometown service you can count on? Come to Forsyth Tractor and Equipment in Shreveport. Family owned and trusted across the Arklatex since 1970. We've got Coyote tractors, zero-turn mowers, compact construction equipment, and more. All backed by a full-service parts and repair department that keeps you running strong. Visit ForsythTractor.com or stop by and see them on Westport Avenue in Shreveport. Forsyth Tractor, where the coffee pot is still on.
An accident can change everything in a moment. When you're left hurt and unsure what to do next, you need someone local who will stand up for you. I'm Kyle McCotter, your personal injury lawyer, and I've been helping local families for over a decade. Call 318-752-3335 for a free consultation where I'll go over your options and fight for the compensation you deserve. Call me, Kyle McCotter, at 318-752-3335. Local, experienced, and ready to go to battle for you. Office in Bossier City, LA file number 2519-238.
Looking for the best way to grow your business? Town Square Media is your ultimate marketing partner. We're the leaders in combining the power of radio, digital, and social media to create the most effective marketing plans that deliver results. With our expert strategies, we'll help you reach more customers, increase sales, and build a stronger brand. Don't settle for less. Choose the best. Call Town Square Media today at 318-688-1130. And let's get started on a marketing plan that works for you.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton. We're broadcasting live on this lovely early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Our show presented to you by Alsco. Uniforms, laundry needs, first aid kits, and more. Linens, tablecloths, napkins, and everything. You get them at Alsco. 318-636-0404. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Plain Dealing Lions, JB, Jerry Byrd. Good morning, Jerry Byrd. Also known as sideline reporter Jerry Byrd on Saturdays. What's up, JB?
How's it going, Fletch?
It's going well, man. Well, we had Diamante on yesterday, and they didn't have a game in week one either. So, and he said it was just miserable. How was having the opening Friday of the high school football season but no game for Jerry Byrd?
I went down to Logansport to check out Kevin Magee and the Logansport Tigers, and they were in a tussle with Manny. But I had to find a game to go to, and wanted to go down there to support Logansport. I don't know if I've told you or not, but back in the spring when I made the decision to get back into coaching, I thought Logansport was going to be the place. God had other plans for me, and God's plan is always better than Coach Byrd's plan. But just I fell in love with the game again, kind of down there, being around those kids and those coaches during a couple of spring practices, and so that Logansport Manny game that was a good one. So that's where I went, and I also wanted to make sure I could stay up and stand on the sideline for a full game and move around and help pick up pylons after the game. So it was practice for me Friday night.
And it sounded like you made it. You're here.
I made it.
Okay.
I made it.
What did you miss most, Jerry, about being a high school football coach?
Relationships with the coaches and players, and just using the game of football to help young men grow into even better young men and go through adversity and fight. And every week as being a player yourself, being around the game, you talk to coaches every week, and there's adversity, there's injuries, there's close losses, heartbreaking losses, and things you have to do. A young man in high school playing football has to deal with, and just being able to use the game of football as a tool to help young men grow into better young men, where they can go on and become great husbands, great fathers, leaders in the community. That's what I miss.
You get your opportunity to really you're in it now. It's game week. 2 nights away from tonight, you'll be on the sideline in your plain dealing coach's shirt, watching the boys that you put through the paces with the coaches you've been going elbow to elbow with and strategizing with these last 5 weeks, and put it on the line against a Ringgold squad. What's kind of going through your mind right now as far as the thing you were looking forward to most for Friday night?
Well, Monday we had a practice at 7:00, and it was really cool just to be on that field with the lights on, under the lights, and it was so much better than a normal Monday practice. When you go out to practice on Monday afternoon, it seems like it's an eternity until Friday night. But Monday night we went out there. I had a great practice. The kids were fired up. I mean, and I was fired up. I coached a little bit harder, and I wanted them. The reason I did that is I wanted them to be able to, see what the lighting would be like, to see what, to go through a full day and not just have to walk out there after school and, go through a morning practice or an afternoon practice, but, kind of experience it. And so we had a little Monday night football in plain dealing, and, that was a positive. And, as I know now that you guys sit at the radio station and you hear the emotion from people who call in and report on the games, but there's nothing like being on the sideline and being under the lights and hearing the fans and hearing the pads pop and all that good stuff. So those are things I'm looking forward to.
How do you think you've become a more, learned coach, a better coach? You don't know that yet, obviously, but you want to be a better coach than you were even the last time. And you were a good coach the last time you were doing this, Jerry. So how do you think you've improved as a coach, or how would you like to at least hope that you have improved as a coach in your time away?
Well, we talked about this a little bit last time. When you've been away from something and you've missed it so much and you're back doing it, you're more appreciative of it. The first time I was a head coach, it was great, but I was, too focused on the outcome rather than the process. I know that's, coaches speak, but, and I didn't really understand the big picture. This town, these players, are special. I feel like there's some places, there are places in Northeast Louisiana, there's places in Texas where kids don't have the opportunity to play football anymore because school boards have made the decision to stop the football program. There's only one school in the state of Louisiana that I know of that has a lower enrollment than Plain Dealing High School and still plays football. If we didn't play football, we would be a Class C school. We are fighting to continue to play football in North Bossier Parish. It's going to get better. The numbers aspect is going to get better every year. Just every year, it's good. Next year, it's not going to be as tight as it is this year. It's still going to be tight, but it's not going to be as tight. And that problem is going to work itself out. And I'm just blessed to be able to be the head coach at Plain Dealing during this time as we go from a school so close to even not playing football to, growing it into, what a football program in a small town needs to be.
That is very well said, Jerry Byrd. Taking on a Ringgold squad that I assume Ringgold, they did play last week, didn't they?
They did. They lost to Madison 20-14.
All right. So what'd you find out about watching Ringgold tape?
They're athletic. They have a quarterback that has a good arm. He likes to throw the ball up, and they have receivers who are fast and can run under it. So it's going to be very important that we play good pass defense, that we don't give up the big plays, that we keep their wide receivers in front of us, and that when their quarterback throws the ball up, that we go up and make them compete for the ball, get the ball at the highest point, and that's I think really that's going to determine the outcome of the game. And also, for us offensively, it's blocking the way they've been coached to block, rather than just standing up out of their stance and putting their hands on defenders. We've got to fire off the ball, have a flat back, keep our feet moving, wide base, and play from snap to whistle. And I think if we do that, we can win.
Jerry Byrd, head coach of the Plain Dealing Lions.
Hey, Fletch.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just want to say this. Yesterday we lost a legend in Tommy Reeder. I just want to, anybody who is from Haynesville or even North Webster or Benton, he's been around those parts and impacted so many coaches. Been a mentor to me, been a mentor to other longtime coaches like John Ware at Lakeside, and he will be missed. And prayers to Scott, his son, and Gail, his wife. Incredible legacy he's left behind.
We talked about that with a couple of coaches last night, Jerry, and just literally thousands upon thousands of young men that have been affected by Tommy Reeder in a positive way, whether it's the coaches or the players, the kids, the coaches, parents, other teachers. Just when you have a legacy like that, that's the kind of stuff that stands for ever, And so I know a lot of folks are going to feel the exact same way you felt. And I saw John's post last night on Facebook, and I heard from him as well yesterday. Kevin, of course, and Ab, those guys. Just everyone has nothing but the highest regard for Tommy Reeder. You're right.
Yeah.
Good stuff,
Thanks,
buddy.
Fletch.
You bet. Good luck Friday night with your boys, buddy. Plain Dealing Lions taking on Ringgold. Plain Dealing trying to snap a 31-game losing streak. Their last win, October 8th, 2021, when they handled Ringgold, by the way, 38-6. Our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations will continue at 8 o'clock with Jess the Body Curtis out of Southside, so that's coming up in a little while. We wrap up our early riser portion of our show. We head into the cleanup hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 57 minutes with breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos and so much more. Good morning, Adam Hester. Rogers Hampton is here. Our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. 318-636-0404. We'll be back right after this. Sports World 8809, Juella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Juella, just off 3132.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenate Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125. liveoak-environmental.com. liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, kids. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, Adam. Hollywood, Hester. Do you remember this show, Hollywood, that song, Hollywood Swingin'?
I know the song you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. Was that in the Car Wash soundtrack, Raj? For some reason, I think it was, or it came out about that same time. Yeah, great soundtrack. In my mind, I have Working in the Car Wash and Hollywood Swingin' playing on the same cassette. Maybe I just made a mixtape, Raj. I was mixing and mashing. I was basically Moby. Yeah. I was Dead
timely
Mouse.
Reference upon timely reference.
I was Dead Mouse. Is that better?
Sure.
I was Banksy.
That's not a person that's involved in music.
Louise Dippo. What's her?
There's got to be a coach we can call.
Cleanup Hour
can act like a coach.
Is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open for breakfast in 54 minutes. We had a listener yesterday texted us and said that he loaded up on the Fuzzy's Tacos, and oh my gosh, they are incredible. And that they are, sir. And they open in 54 minutes. Time now for an SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris Wealth Management. Now, here's the deal. In just about every client meeting that Bo has with a first-time prospective client, he will ask, what are you thinking about when lying awake at 2 a.m.? Because Bo Harris wants to sell peace of mind. Addressing problems that worry you, that's what he loves to do. That's his calling, especially when it involves your financial lives. Bo Harris, Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. So, Joseph Goodman of AL.com is the one that wrote the article, DeBoer's got to be fired immediately.
Moron, right,
Yeah. His headline for his article today with Jackson Arnold and Auburn. Did Auburn pay for a second-rate cast-off quarterback?
Why is no one reading the paper anymore?
Yeah.
I think I maybe know.
Yeah. Did Auburn pay for a second-rate cast-off quarterback?
Lord, I've seen what you've done for Paul Feinbaum.
If I continue to give you hot takes that make no sense, can I, too, be on Get Up
Please.
with Greeny and Tannenbaum and What Does the Fox Say and Jeff Saturday and everybody? Please let me. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Bo Pribula, because it's spelled like fibula, but with a PR. The Missouri quarterback. I don't learn anybody in Missouri's names. They stink.
Okay.
But he's been doing really well. 30 out of 39 against Kansas, 334 yards and 3 touchdowns. Missouri might be a problem this year, guys. They've kind of turned into that, haven't they, Esther, for the last few years with
They've been very good.
Sipowicz?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and this is the kind of stuff that Hester loves, and so I wanted to save this for you.
Thank you. Sure, I'm going to love this.
Highest paid wide receivers in college football.
Okay.
Ryan Williams comes in at number 2. $1.8 million for his to carry a stuffed animal and paint his fingernails and miss the second game of the season.
And 2 only have had 700 yards last year.
Yeah.
Right.
A&M's KC Concepcion.
I don't know who that is.
$1 million deal. North Carolina State transfer has 9 catches for 145 yards through 2 games.
You're coming from where? No, you're going to have to pay us.
Yeah, that's right. You should.
You're not a power forward.
Do you want to be an A&M Aggie? Okay, you're coming from where? North Carolina State? If you pay us $100,000, we'll put you on the roster.
You find a sponsor.
Right. There you go. Go out and sell your own show. Eric Singleton and Cam Coleman of Auburn both are making over $1 million a year, or this year. Reggie Virgil of Texas Tech, $800,000. Let's get to Ryan Wingo, Texas, $750,000.
Find the receipt.
You think you can return that?
Can we send him to one of those other places and get somebody else?
LSU is paying Kentucky transfer Barryon Brown and Oklahoma transfer Nick Anderson, both around $650,000.
Now that's been okay so far, I would say.
Tennessee wide receiver Mike Matthews he's come along strong for Tennessee, $600,000.
He walked in the door right now.
I couldn't pick him out, but I know he's been on the receiving end of some of Joey Longball's throws. A&M with Mississippi State wideout transfer Mario Craver making $600,000.
Mario Craver is not a real person.
Miami transfer Isaiah Horton is making north of $700,000 with Alabama. And LSU is paying Aaron Anderson $350,000 as well. Going back to that $650,000 for Nick Anderson and Barryon Brown, do y'all know how much $650,000 is? Could you imagine making $650,000?
No.
For 1 year?
No, because I never will.
I know. We never will. That's never going to happen.
No.
And this cat, whether any of these guys make it to the league or not, they're rich.
I don't think I'll reach up as high for that ball next time. Oh, well, don't think
Where is the incentive?
Don't know if I'll really stick my head up in there. That looks dangerous in there.
Everybody can turn into George Pickens as this thing rolls on.
There's a linebacker right there. He looks mean.
He looks mean.
So I'm going to not run across there.
You know what I'm going to do right now? Grab my Hemi. Oh, no.
That check's already hit the bank.
Oh, right. Oh.
And then
when
I'll
do we
go
play
to
Lipscomb?
another place, and they'll give me more money.
Because they saw that I had 6 catches for 112 yards in these 2 games. And they need somebody. It'll appease their boosters if they say they got a guy from fill-in-the-blank school to transfer
there.
there.
That was at that place who went to the other place, and really everybody wanted him. We can get him for maybe a discount because the guy only played one game. Yeah, it's awesome.
And that's your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. My nose just honk. And boy, how Arkansas did I sound? Did my nose just honk? Hey, y'all hear my nose honk?
How late did you take?
Dude, I had a 2-hour nap yesterday. I told Rogers I was walking around the house. It was 11:57, and I went, uh-oh, I'm not sleepy.
Do you talk to yourself in that voice?
I do. I do. There's no one else. Yeah. Who else am I talking to? You know? I got nobody. I got nowhere to go. So, yeah, I literally did. When I was walking in the kitchen, I went, 11:57? Ooh, I need to get sleepy.
You familiar with melatonin?
I think I went to high school with her, but
maybe like around 9:30. Just throw back a couple of those.
Could do the old purple drink or whatever with some ZzzQuil instead.
No, there's no reason to do that.
Oh,
you would just take the melatonin. It's nice, safe and legal.
Adam Devine was talking about his concoction to go to sleep. Telling the workaholics boys, you know, I just take a little ZzzQuil. Oh, that's not so bad. I mean, like a little vodka, a little crushed ice, you know, a little cranberry juice in there. Like they're like, you're just making like hypnotic. Yeah. You're just making purple drink.
There's no reason to do that.
Your SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101. Located at 223 Fannin Street, downtown Shreveport. Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 45 minutes. Get your Fuzzy's Tacos on this morning. And we'll be back with more of the show brought to you by Alsco right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Your season, your shot. The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. From first touchdown score to anytime TD props or the thrill of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. The Saints are 6.5-point underdogs at home against Arizona. Lines and odds subject to change. You bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly, plus score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code TIGER. That's code TIGER to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet, plus over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Physically present in Louisiana. Select parishes only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Licensee partner Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
The Power Hour, the Tim Fletcher Show, is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is America's largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. For more information or to see how you can help, please visit www.usdeputy.org.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, and Adam Hollywood Hester. We're coming to you live on this lovely day in the Cleanup Hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens in 42 minutes. They've got breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, and so much more. The Dorado tacos, the deep-fried chicken tacos that are available for you every day, along with the Dorado queso. You got 2 thumbs up from this guy and that guy. Fantastic. There's something about a deep-fried tortilla, Hester.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That is delicioso. Coming to you live, our show presented by Alsco, alsco.com. The NFL this weekend gets jump-started with a Thursday night little Washington Commanders Green Bay action. That's a fun one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say so.
30 years after Cleveland stole after Baltimore stole Cleveland. Yeah. Cleveland's back in Baltimore this week. Do we find out if Trevor Lawrence is for real this week, Hester? Is that the way? Or are we finally going to find the real Trevor Lawrence?
Are you trying to take Paul Feinbaum's spot?
Yeah, I thought I'd try to give it a shot, just to kind of do that.
Why would this be the week for
us
to determine that?
It wouldn't, but doesn't stop them. So
who are they playing?
They're all making like $650,000. So figure if we tried it, maybe we could make $650,000.
Do you need like a GoFundMe?
Well, sure. I'll take one. I ain't gonna turn down no free money, buddy. You know me. Speaking of, there's money in that elimination challenge.
Mm-hmm.
$2,000, buddy. You can be a thousandaire if you win our elimination challenge. Well, we have 93% survive the first week.
Something like that.
Evergreen Turf Solutions, Night Lighters, which also does Halloween lights and displays, and Bowman Asphalt have all contributed to the kitty. $2,000 up for grabs. There's an obvious choice this week, Hester, and it happens to be the game I just talked about.
Which one?
Baltimore hosting Cleveland.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not fooling around this year.
No, I'm not either.
I'm not trying to do the, well, I think the Cowboys might bounce back against the Giants.
No, there is no might.
Nope.
Could.
I think the Lions are going to be able to maybe get past Detroit. Past Chicago coming in.
The Lions might struggle to get past Detroit. You literally started laughing before I was. Before
I knew
said
what you were
going
to say. I knew what you were
but
going to say.
What I said was not derogatory toward you.
Oh, I thought it was.
Listen, sometimes I said the Lions might have trouble getting past Detroit right now, meaning the Lions suck.
Okay. All right. I'll take.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'll take back my horror.
You started into it before
because I thought you were going to be a jackass. I thought you were going to make fun of my word slip. My word.
I was making fun of the Lions football team.
Okay.
Tim.
All right.
Good Lord.
And it is. It's week 2. There's no way and no reason to make any judgments whatsoever. But it is pretty funny to me that the Dolphins are so bad and the Patriots were so underwhelming that you've got two fan bases that are just
Dolphins are favored, by the way.
Huh?
Dolphins are favored.
Dolphins are favored. Okay, they are at home. It's supposed to be like 85 and humid down there, so that might play a little role in it, I guess. I don't know.
The Patriots probably love that. It's just great.
Get me the heck out of here. They did not look good. Neither one of them did last week.
No, but they were a lot closer than the Dolphins.
Dolphins were
winning the game.
McWeirdo or whatever the head coach.
Yeah, that's about run its course.
I think he should go out and coach this week in a dead mouse helmet.
Just to see if anybody notices.
Yeah. Just because it's like, that's just Mike. He must
him being weird.
He must have kicked in some killer tunes last week,
it's
man.
Okay to be weird when you're 2-0, but you're not.
No, remember when they started? They were going to build the dynasty, Hester, and they were like 6-1.
Oh, yeah.
And he was an offensive genius. Didn't they score 70 points on somebody? Remember that his first year as a coach, like 60 or 70 points. And it was like, oh my gosh, he's reinvented the entire. And then there are people like Dennis Allen, Bill Belichick. They were around the world like, we'll figure this out. And they did.
How long has he even been in Miami now?
This is his third year, right?
So when would that have happened? The first year, you said?
Yeah. His first year was 2022.
28 and 24, 28 and 26 if you count the 2 playoff losses. So he's been the playoffs twice. What do you want from him?
He can't help that his quarterback's brain is now basically a roux.
9-8 first year, lost to the Bills in a wild card game. 11-6 in the second year, lost to the Chiefs in a wild card game. 8-9 last year. So it's not like awful.
No.
But you could also tell that it's wearing on him rather heavily.
They scored 42 against the Ravens in year 1.
That's impressive.
Then they went on a 5-game winning streak. 31 against the Lions, 35 against the Bears, 39 against the Browns, 30 against the Texans, and then they lost 5 in a row. That must have been when Tua got hurt. And then there's the whole Tyreek thing that's going on down there. I don't know what's happening. 70 points against Denver, yeah.
Okay.
In 23. Beat them 70-20.
What is Tyreek? What's going on with Tyreek?
Well, he's got 6 or 9 domestic assault charges. Yeah.
Like new stuff's happening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like his current girlfriend, is that who it is, Rogers? It's not wife, right? Current girlfriend. And apparently has some.
I don't imagine.
It has some documented, like where the police were called one time or whatever. And so there's that kind of stuff going on. They don't have a running back. I mean, it's just. If you look at the sad sack NFL franchises since 2000, there's no sadder sacked franchise than the Miami Dolphins. Right? They haven't had a playoff win in this century, right? Isn't that something like that?
There's some kind of stat like that, yeah.
The last Miami Dolphin playoff win was December 30th, 2000.
Nice. And have a patch this year.
Since then, they have struggled in the playoffs with only one playoff appearance and no victories.
Well, they've been twice.
Yeah. I don't know what that means. Yeah. They were in 08, 16, 22, and 23.
It's not a lot of appearances.
That's not. I mean, who's worse since 2000 than that?
You get down there and it's fun. You know, this is great. Oh, football game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is Cleveland not worse than that?
Well, didn't Baker get a playoff win for them? Didn't they beat the Steelers in the wild card round?
I think so. But overall.
Well, yeah. Let's see. Cleveland's last playoff win was 2020 when they beat the Steelers. They have.
I'd rather suck in Miami, I think.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. They did lose to the Texans in 23. That playoff win, by the way, was their first since 1994. So they had gone 26 years.
They were a whole different franchise.
Right. So maybe, just maybe, the Seahawks, the Texans, and the Saints, and the Cowboys don't have it quite that bad.
I'm not comparing the Seahawks situation to any of that nonsense. The Seahawks have just you're close to being something really good, and you cannot get over that hump, which is in some ways more infuriating. Because if you're Cleveland, you wake up today knowing, hey, we're going to beat this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're going to end several times more after that.
Correct.
But hey, look at the Guardians. They're surging. Let's go to that game instead.
And there's always the Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm. They were good last year.
They were good. All right. Hey, by the way, nice U.S. men's national team win, huh?
Mm-hmm.
A little friendly over Japan, 2-0. Does that make everything good?
No.
Okay.
No, it does not. But it's nice.
$7:28 the time. Cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. You brought this up yesterday, Hester. How Walker Howard having surgery done for the year. That just sucks. You know, kid goes back South Louisiana. It was you? It was you. Okay, it was you. Okay. I knew it was Woody
trying to... Number one, I had no idea that happened.
Oh, you didn't?
I mean, I knew he got hurt, but I didn't know he was out for the year. I was like,
So it was Rogers that said this.
I was like,
Rogers.
I feel bad, but I didn't voice it. Are you reading my thoughts?
I am reading your thoughts. After I had my tree dream last night. I know
your what?
My tree dream.
Your tree drink or dream?
Dream.
Okay.
A couple of trees came to life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude.
While he was urinating in the backyard of his house, it's embedded in a hill.
Yeah.
Can you get a second hour today? Like, if that's
I watched that video of the UFO thing and our Tomahawk missile that didn't take it down. Have you seen that video yet?
No.
We shot at it with a drone, shot a Tomahawk missile at it, and hit the UFO, and it just spun around like a wishbone fullback, smelling pay dirt, like Jacob Hester going against Florida. Kept moving forward. Nothing gonna break my stride. So I was like, crap, I'm gonna have dreams about aliens.
So the government released a UFO video.
Yeah.
So what do they not want us to know about then?
Right. There's something that we are supposed to not be paying attention to.
They would rather us be worried about that than something that actually happened.
They would rather us be worried that we have fired our best weapon at a unidentified orb and it just shook it off like Derrick Henry to a Buffalo Bill defensive back the other night and kept on motoring. And we're supposed to be like, oh no, the aliens are coming. Meanwhile, back at the federal government, Meanwhile, taxes have gone up 37%.
Wait, what?
What?
What about the tariff? You had to pay how much to get your package?
Hey, but I was talking about Walker Howard. There was some good news, though, for UL. They did pick up the win, and one thing we'll talk with Jess the Body Curtis about. Hey, former Southside High quarterback, Landon Baptiste. Had a little 10-yard touchdown catch. That's pretty fun when you get to see the local kids do that.
Absolutely.
St. Martinville running back Steven Blanco scored his first college touchdown of the year.
And the quarterback that had to play was from Catholic, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So Desermo does an incredible job of locking down that part of the state.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said it 100 times, and I've said it once. There is such a difference in what UL has down there compared to all the other schools in the state. UL Monroe, Tech, Grambling, everybody. Tulane. They truly don't give a you-know-what about LSU in that area of the state. You know, the LSU fans, don't get me wrong,
Yeah, they're
sure.
right.
But there are so many dedicated Raging Cajun fans, more so than I think any other entity in the state. And I think that really plays well with the high school coaches down there, obviously. And obviously it plays well with the high school kids they recruit. Kids at St. Thomas More want to play at UL.
That's right.
You know? Yeah, the McKinley boys probably going to have both of them at LSU. But how many Wrecking Rams have made it to the UL roster and just loved it? You know? And so I thought that was pretty cool that in the win over McNeese, there were at least two local kids that really, really stood out and had some fun. And so they need that. And just a rough news for Walker Howard. I hate that stuff for these kids that just can't ever get over the injury hump, man. It just sucks. And I didn't even pay attention, by the way, to North Carolina's second week their win. Did Max Johnson play?
I have no idea.
Do you remember, Rogers? Because remember, the starting quarterback for North Carolina sucked. He was horrible.
He was awful.
You know, he led that opening drive, and then he just forgot how to play quarterback after that. It was like some of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life. A little hyperbole there.
Not good, Bob.
But then Max came in and led him to a nice touchdown drive, and Belichick will see what happened in the quarterback competition. So I didn't know if Max played last week or not.
Let's find out.
All right.
No.
Well, he didn't?
Lopez threw 25 passes, so if he
they
did, it was...
Who they beat? Charlotte?
Charlotte, 20-3.
Yeah. Again, that's not exactly throwing some points on the cupboard and letting it stick.
If Johnson played, he didn't throw any passes.
Whew.
Yeah,
okay.
Blow that thing up.
Yeah. That none of those guys will be there after this year.
No. Including the coach.
That's what I'm saying. 7:33 the time.
Play Richmond this week, though.
Spiders. Like a little daddy long legs. What kind of spider are they?
Generic spider logo.
Yeah, it's not quite black. Kind of black widow, not wolf. Banana spiders are scary. Ooh, you know what's scary?
What is happening right there? What was
You
that?
don't want to know.
What was that for?
I will tell you.
Okay.
The funnel spiders, those are called tunnel spiders. Those things are scary.
Mm.
That's what I'd put on my helmet. And I'd make it a real one. Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Get fuzzy this morning with some good breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. You know, you can also head over to Chevyland as soon as they get the doors open because I don't know if you're aware of this, but they've got quite a few Silverados on the lot. And in the month of September, a.k.a. Trunk Month, or as the kids call it, Trunth, shorten the two words, 2.9% financing for 72 months on all remaining new 2025 Silverado 1500s. 2.9% financing. Where are you going to get that? Chevyland, buddy. Go check out the entire array of Silverados waiting to call your driveway, your carport, your garage home. Chevyland, the number one Chevy dealer in the area. Among the top 250 Chevy dealerships in the country, Jerry Montgomery, Steve Horn, and our buddy Bubba Winningham. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. Chevyland.com. Together, let's drive. Back with the LSU update and more And our show presented by Alsco.com right after this.
Having personally witnessed just how hard the folks at Alsco work, you can feel great knowing they are working so hard for you. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and so much more. Call them today, 318-636-0404, or visit Alsco.com.
The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. AccuTemp has been our air conditioning company at the Fletcher household for a number of years now. We've always enjoyed their service, always enjoy visiting with the fellas when they're there, but don't take it just from me. How about from Valerie? She says, from the time I called until the time the repairman left, I received courteous, fast, professional service. Chris, my repairman, explained everything to me in a way I could understand and was patient in answering all my questions. The prices are fair, and I'll be a customer for life. That's right, a customer for life at AccuTemp. 861-2255. Whether your kid is lining them up on the gridiron and putting in the mouthpiece and getting after it, or maybe you got a kiddo who's a part of the Friday night spectacle of drill team and pep squads and cheerleading squads, guess what? Sports World's got you covered. You got a uniform need? Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
When is the last time you literally heard someone say, man, there's nothing like this place, and thought, I bet there's something like this place. Dude, there's nothing like Chasing Aces at all. From the home run dugout to the putting zone to the driving bays and the par 3, they've got something for everybody. ChasingAces.golf.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton and Adam Hester coming to you live on this lovely Hump Day downhill slide of the weekend. A reminder, our show presented to you by Alsco, 318-636-0404. They've got floor mats and web mops in the morning, Raj. They do. They also take care of restaurant needs like tablecloths, linens, uniforms. Chefs' uniforms, chefs like to wear those, like the little jackets and stuff and the fancy hats, look kind of like colorful, like a little sprig of broccoli or whatever. They shave them like that because of the broccoli, I think. They do all that at Alsco. Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens in 22 minutes. Get your Fuzzy's Tacos on this morning. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos coming your way. Yum, 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 yum. All right, Raj. So, LSU update is brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River City's Lighting has got your light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, all over the house. Scott over at dandydon.com has taken a gander at the LSU Florida yardstick, measuring their stats against each other. Let's not take a look at those offensive output for LSU just yet. 20 points a game. Gag me with a spoon. That's not what you want, Raj. With this talented lineup, there should be more than 20 points per game for LSU through these first two games, you would think, but it's a small sample, so okay. But LSU right now is 108th in the country in scoring. So, and they're not running the ball well. As Scott notes, 118 yards per game on the ground is dead last in the SEC. Almost gave you a little Christopher Walken there. Dead last in the SEC. They need more cowbell, Raj. However, LSU is top 10 in the country in rushing defense, only giving up 44.5 yards per game. Florida gives up 82.5, so it's going to be some tough sledding trying to get a running game going for either one of these two teams. Both teams throwing about 235, 240 yards per game. Florida's DJ Lagway actually has a higher pass efficiency rating than Garrett Nussmeier. There's a lot of similarities. Third down conversions right at about the same. Red zone scores, right at about the same, 88%, 91%. Red zone touchdowns, LSU's got to do a lot better than that. No one wants to be 50-50 in red zone touchdowns. Florida at 63.6. Once they get in the red zone, 63.6% of the time they have scored touchdowns. Both teams are not exactly loading up on sacks. LSU is -2 in the turnover margin, but 2-0. Florida's +1, but 1-1. So there's that. And Florida is getting ready for the absolute worst 3 weeks maybe of Billy Napier's life coming up. Or it could save Billy Napier's life. Florida's schedule, starting with this week at LSU, next week at Miami, then it's a bye week, home versus Texas, and then at Texas A&M. Their next 4 games are all against teams that are ranked. What's A&M ranked? Are they top 10 yet? 12, 15, something like that? Top 15 teams. And, oh, by the way, they still have Georgia in the world's largest cocktail party. They still have Ole Miss. They still have Tennessee. And they still have Florida State. Even though the Brian Kellys of the world are extolling the virtues of Billy Napier, and they should. He's a good coach. He's won everywhere, you know. He is a good coach. But what team could survive that schedule? And besides Georgia and maybe Ohio State and possibly even Texas. Well, I think Texas, once they get rolling here in about 4 weeks, they're not going to be able to be stopped unless it's Georgia. But outside of those 3 teams, who survives that kind of schedule with less than 2 losses? Most teams that would have to play that schedule probably have 3 losses.
Not easy.
And if Napier comes through that with 3 losses, that would be good coaching, but would also give him 4. And I don't know if that's enough or if that's too many for him to hold steady. Yeah. That's ridiculous in so many ways. So many ways. Finding good college head coaches seems like it's getting harder and harder to do. Oh, yeah. That's your LSU Update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River Cities Lighting. TCBing, baby, when it comes to your light fixtures, wallpaper needs. Big-ass fans. Roger, you're a big fan of the big-ass fan. Yeah. Like big enough to where it looks like one of those windmills out in Kansas. They're big enough to where you might have to tether your roof, stake it, so it doesn't fly off. Just science. I'm really big into science. Our little radio show is also brought to you by the wonderful human beings over at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com, with over 1,700 5-star Google reviews. There's a reason why morrisdewitt.com and Morris & DeWitt are where they are right now. Their dedication to clients, their dedication to local, even stretches beyond the courtroom with their support of so many wonderful endeavors around here. They're good people. And they'll be presenting a trophy to Loyola's Ty Walsworth, our very first Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week for his 3-touchdown performance for Loyola in the Bishop's Cup, including 2 kick returns for a score, the first player in Loyola history to accomplish that feat. MorrisDeWitt.com. Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt. And we'll be back with more of the Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop at the Tim Fletcher Show, presented by Alsco, right after this.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland's going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
GBT has been our stand-by us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton and Adam Hester. Wednesday, downhill slide of the weekend, September 10th. We're already in double digits in September.
Moving right along.
Yes, we are. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Oh, by the way, Doc Marvin text in. Went for my breakfast bacon and chorizo taco in the morning. Stopped by in the evening to bring home the amazing shrimp tacos yesterday. I think I'm addicted. Maybe they're putting the fuzzy stuff from next door in their tacos. Whatever works, man. Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens in 13 minutes. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos. Our show also presented by Alsco.com. Wet mops and floor mats. And so much more. All those supplies at Alsco. 318-636-0404. Got football on the brain. Of course, why wouldn't we? Got fantasy football on the brain. I had a pretty good fantasy week. 2-1. My radio station one that I missed the first pick because I thought the draft started 30 minutes later. And it kind of sent me down a spiral. I'm just not going to do well in that at all. You know. I'm resigned to that.
You missed one pick?
It sent the whole thing spiraling.
You missed one pick?
I did.
And who was the auto draft person that you got there?
It was, hold tight. Yeah.
If auto draft was going Kittle that high, then we got other issues.
Yeah, let's see.
AI might not be so
took Jonathan Taylor.
Okay.
I know.
You got a top running back. And then the rest of the picks you picked.
Well, my problem was I started Bo Nix last week instead of Trevor Lawrence.
The computer didn't make that decision.
No, he did not. And why did I say the computer was a he? That was very sexist. I apologize to the ladies in the audience. She told me not to. Is that better?
No, I wasn't questioning any of that.
Exactly.
3 hours today.
2 hours. Yes, indeed.
That's how the person's going to feel.
Yeah.
You can fix everything with the damn hole in the boat.
Little chop.
Little chop.
That was the plane that
They had a rock group show up on the island. They still couldn't get off.
After a while, it's like, hey, how bad were things at home?
Right.
No, man, screw that. This is great out here. I got a coconut radio.
Outside of that,
which we will dig.
Yes. Have you heard about the loss that Bill Belichick took this week? He and Jordan have tried to trademark a couple of his phrases. Do your job.
He's got to get out of
Ignore the Noise, The Bellustrator, and No Days Off. Unfortunately, the Patriots hold the rights to those exact same 4 phrases.
The Bellustrator.
The Bellustrator.
Who knew that was a famous thing?
I don't know. And do your job. So do your job is a trademarked phrase that if I wanted to put it on a T-shirt, I would face financial penalties if I sold some T-shirts that said "Do your job."
That is correct.
You know, I think we need to stop trademarking phrases. What happened to free speech? Huh?
Just don't put it on a T-shirt. You're fine.
You can't even say.
No, you can say it.
Let's get ready to.
You can definitely say
stumble.
You can definitely say it. Just don't try to profit off of it.
But if I say it on a radio show that I sell ads for,
no,
I'm profiting. I think.
No.
I think I'm going to prison now.
No.
Patent prison.
No. What is happening with you?
And oh, by the way, the Belichick said the Patriots don't welcome him at the facility anymore. And Mike Vrabel said, "No, Bill's welcome up here." Oh, by the way, since he's been terminated, he's been back to the building before. He said, "I'm not welcome back there. They won't let me back in the building." He has been back in the building with the New England Patriots since he got terminated.
I know women can mess with people's heads, but dude, this may be a very extreme example.
This is like, it's like what's her name that married the 88-year-old years ago, Anna Nicole Smith. Like, what's going on here?
Except
she loved him.
She had issues going on that have nothing to even do with that dude. She was like the people got to her and it really messed her up, and she's like a sympathetic figure. This person with Belichick,
well, good point,
is not even close to that.
No, there is no sympathy.
She's driving
Jordan.
this
Right.
bus.
I cannot imagine Bill Belichick from 5 years ago wanting to patent any of his phrases. You know?
I mean, maybe his agent did, but probably not him.
Oh, he's like, what am I going to do that for?
On
Just
to
give him a
Pittsburgh.
paycheck. On to Pittsburgh. But no, 4 trademark applications filed by, as Pro Football Talk says, by North Carolina coach and his muse, handler, personal PR rep, girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. Taking some L's over there, buddy. Taking some L's. Yeah. Elsewhere in the world of incredible football activities, we pause for yet one more little moment with Kawhi Leonard. Have you heard the latest here?
I haven't heard anything new on other than that
That
initial thing.
That apparently when he wanted another piece of some other team.
What?
Like when he was with Toronto, he wanted a part of the Leafs. He wanted Paul George to get traded there, and he wanted millions of dollars in no-show job endorsements. All set up by his uncle.
He wanted part of the Maple Leafs.
He wanted part of the Maple Leafs.
How does he think that hockey works?
I don't know.
Does he know that the hockey team in his town is significantly more important and more valuable than the basketball team was, even though they won a title?
Very weird stuff, man.
That's not understanding the situation at all. kind of
Right.
thing.
Roger, did we take our 45 break or are we late? We're on time? I mean, we're on time. Okay. Okay.
Like, what research went into him wanting a piece of the
I have no
Toronto
idea.
Maple Leafs?
I don't know where that came from. Like, why would you?
This is hockey. Like, that's probably what he thought. Like, yeah, this is hockey.
Yeah.
We didn't even have one in San Antonio. Like, no, man, that's not how that works.
We don't do that around here.
No.
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard's wild free agency demands, including His uncle and manager, Dennis Robertson, wanted an ownership stake in the Maple Leafs. No-show endorsement deal. And at least $10 million per year in additional sponsorship income for just, hey, I want you guys to sponsor me. Toronto.
For what purpose?
For $10 million.
Because I'm alive.
Yeah. It's a little bizarre.
He's a weird guy, man.
He is a weird dude. You know who started this all, Rogers? The late, great Bob Griffin, buddy, by having Porter's Cleaners sponsor his voicemail, which is still the
it's classic.
On his cell phone. That is the most unbelievable, straight up gangsta, old school. That is one of my favorite things about Bob Griffin is that you would call Bob, and if you left a voicemail, hey, babe, you have reached the phone of Bob Griffin. This voicemail is brought to you by Porter's Cleaners. In by 9, out by 5. Porter's Cleaners. If you already have a fine dry cleaner, Porter's is happy for you. But if you are looking for one, they welcome your call. Leave a message at the beep. I was like, wow. I will never get to that station in life where I have someone sponsoring my voicemail because I am that
sure you could.
Popular of a human being.
Sure you could.
I don't think so. I don't approach the Griffin neighborhood.
People don't leave voicemails anymore, though, either.
That's also true. That is also true. From the Live Oak Environmental text line.
Click.
Exactly.
That's like, please see attendant for receipt. How about no?
No, thank you.
How about never?
No, never happening. There may be 1 million receipts inside that, cash register.
They never come in and see me.
I just want human interaction. What were the survivor pool numbers? 93% survived so far. You're looking live at the 7% of the losers.
Yeah, there wasn't like a big, crazy one.
The
like
closest we were all going to be expunged at the Seahawks and the Bengals. I was going to knock out about 50%, but they came through. Oski says you were missing that Jordan is following the Taylor Swift playbook with a patent all ended with Bill's version, a.k.a. Do Your Job, Bill's version. That is also true. That she added she's such a Swiftie, she added Bill's version to all of her requests for trademarks because that's what Taylor does, the Taylor version or whatever, I guess. That's, you're dealing with a mature adult when they do that. Cowboy says Belichick's girlfriend also applied for trademark on the phrase gold digger. And that is true. She did apply for that. So, hello, darkness, my old friend. We've lost Esther. We have to reboot him.
He said at the beginning of that text, I think the point you're missing, or something like that.
What's that?
At that text you just read, I think you're missing.
Oh.
I'm not missing anything. I don't want to know.
I don't
There's
either.
a vast difference.
We just lost some juice over here, right?
Okay. Oh, thank you for saying something.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
I was like, y'all might need to get me to the hospital.
Now, the fans stopped for a second.
Slowed down.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
That's and there was a UFO yesterday, and we got fans shutting down. Rogers.
Yep.
Rogers. We got fans shutting down. We got UFOs spotted. Let's think about this. Think about this, Rogers. Fans shutting down in the studio. Next thing you know, there's going to be remote control cars with nobody controlling them running around here. Then all of a sudden, hold on.
No. He's making a point. He's making a point. We got to follow along.
Some diesel trucks are going to be honking with no drivers, wanting gasoline. Maybe with the Green Goblin on the front of one of them.
He's making Young Guns 3 right now. You gotta wait.
Is this maximum overdrive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is AC/DC got anything that they need to release?
Oh, and
like a full album soundtrack.
Hasn't he already got his 18-wheelers that are driverless already on the roads?
That's already happening, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't shoot the alien down Our fans just slowed down for no reason, and Elon's got driverless big rigs already on the road.
Anybody been killed by their ATM machine lately?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
There's some weird stuff. Weird, wild, wacky stuff. And that, my friends, wraps up our cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They're open for business now. Bacon, egg, potato, and cheese tacos. Chorizo and egg burritos. And what I love about the Fuzzy's Taco Shop breakfast tacos and burritos, they look like scrambled eggs that you make at the house.
That's right.
I mean, like, they look like the color of eggs that you make.
Packaged eggs.
Right. That if you went to Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive, got a dozen sample farm eggs, and you cracked them and scrambled them, that's the color that they're supposed to look like. And that's the color and the texture and the taste of the eggs at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Those are real eggs, real tomato ketchup. Mm-hmm. So that's why as much as I love potatoes and those breakfast tacos and burritos,
right,
the eggs are so good that I would just take an egg and bacon burrito and absolutely devour that thing. Golly, that sounds so good. And we can't have any because we're way out here.
Yeah. Monroe.
But they're open now.
Good drive to Monroe.
I know Andrew can take them to Monroe, but he can't bring them all the way out here. I get it. I get it, Andrew. Of course, UL Monroe is paying him for over 100 breakfast burritos, and we're asking for free food. So that may have something to do with it.
We have money.
Yeah, we'll pay. We'll pay. That's true. Good point. Not everyone's looking for free food out here, Fletcher. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They're open for business. The Power Hour is underway, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When we come back, we've got your SEC update, and we'll visit with Southside Sharks head coach Jess the Body Curtis. And our show presented by Alsco right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvamineMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot. We know that when the air conditioner goes kaput, you call AccuTemp. When the heat's on the fritz, you call AccuTemp. The best way to get this whole thing started is when you begin to put in a new unit, just call AccuTemp. No more kaput, no more fritz. 861-2255.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, presented to you by Brewer Quality Homes, Brewer Home Center, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Getting it done, son, for over 50 years. DB. Get your DB. 20 acres of homes to choose from at Brewer Quality Homes. Our show presented by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Look for that green van. Bring in those restaurant supplies, bathroom supplies, washroom supplies, first aid kits, and so much more to your workplace. Alsco.com. Time now for the Bo Harris Wealth Management SEC update. Bo Harris, Wealth Management. You know, Bo's mother had a saying, she didn't want to outlive her mind or her money. So she had plans. Planned ahead so not to run out of money, which you can control, and plan ahead to minimize the devastating effects of a serious health issue in the latter stage of life. Having a plan to live an independent life in retirement without being a burden to your family is wise. Bo Harris Wealth Management is here to help. Why not reach out to have a no-strings-attached conversation to understand how these and other life and money issues can be addressed with Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bringing you this SEC update. All right, so there are 4 conference games this week. Ole Miss and Kentucky already have kicked off the season in SEC play. But we have 4 games this week, conference games, including Ole Miss, with their second conference game as they take on the Arkansas Razorbacks at 6 o'clock. Arkansas leads the all-time series 37-31-1. The other SEC affairs, Georgia and Tennessee. This rivalry goes back a long way, but they've only actually played 54 times, I think. That surprises me, Esther. But yeah, Georgia and Tennessee have only played 54 times. Georgia has a slight lead in that series, 29-23-2. That's a 2:30 kick. Elsewhere, you have Florida and LSU, of course. 6:30 kick on ABC. Florida leads the all-time series 34-32-3 last year. Florida won in Gainesville that basically saved Billy Napier's job. At least you got to say it kind of at least helped save his job. And the other conference game is Vanderbilt at South Carolina in a matchup of 2-0 teams that have shown promise despite some naysayers from people like me who continue to think that the balloon is going to pop for both these schools, I think. For Diego Pavia, maybe not so much for Lenora Sellers, but I think for his squad. But somebody's going to be 3-0 after this. South Carolina leads this all-time series, by the way, between South Carolina and Vanderbilt, 30-4. Vanderbilt probably doesn't have the edge on too much of anybody.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Those are your 4 league games this week in SEC action. And that's your SEC update. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors, Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo at 318-670-3101. Hit the website, BoHarrisWM.com, or stop by the office, 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, your head coach of the Southside Sharks as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. It's Jess the Body Curtis. What's up, Jess? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
We're all right, man. Well, if you could, take us through leading up to the game last week and just how special that was for you, the community, the school, the kids, having Southside Stadium opener last week and all the festivities that went with it. What was that like, sir?
It was awesome. I mean, it was the lead up to the game was we had community pep rally. It was really, really special. And then just the pregame, finally having your own home, a stadium like we have is beautiful. It's nice, and we're it's like a new house. You're trying to get in it and make it feel like home, and that's where we're at right now. But it was pretty neat until we kicked the ball off.
There was that. You're taking on a Louis Cook squad in Notre Dame. Always a contender for a state title. Barely slipped past you last year in your Southside debut. This year, what happened? What was the thing that stuck out as to why you guys ended up on the short end of the scoreboard stick against Notre Dame this past week?
Man, it was a really poor played game by us, and all on both sides of the football, offensively and defensively. We just really didn't play
up to our standards. Defensively, a lot of missed assignments, not being where you need to be and things like that. Offensively, I just thought we got out-efforted, which is something that's disappointing to me because, I take pride in that. But, again, you're playing a team, like you said, that is well-versed in how to play the game, and their championship caliber team. And they came in here and knew how big that game was for them, with play-up points and things like that. And so, they played really well. They had a good plan, and they executed it. We didn't execute, and that's what this game's about. And, it's a lot like last year's game. Late, we pushed again. We were, we kind of had them on the ropes again late. But early they did enough to get out of here with a win.
You mentioned that you were surprised by the out-efforted. How do you get that corrected by week 2?
Because it's it's a staple who we are, and the kids know that. I mean, you come in, you watch film, and you show it. You show where you show a kid. Like I said, I had a kid on the edge one time. A kid had a job to do, and for them, and we had him by size and everything. That kid just. Again, he came, he bought it, and did his job, and those are the things that that's life. Sometimes you go and you don't do well. You assess it, you own it, and you fix it, and that's what we did last year in this game, and we went on a big roll, and that's what I've done my whole career, and that's why that game's on the schedule. You knew that team's going to come in with a good plan, and they were going to execute it, and they were going to play for that ND on the side of their helmet, kind of like our boys play for that M on the side of it, Manny, and what we're building here at Southside. And so, we're good. We're fine. All we are is we're pissed off. And, I'm pissed off. I think it's rubbed down. Assistant coaches are pissed off. Our kids are pissed off. And so I guess it's okay to say that on air, but that's what we are. And we're going to fix it, and we're going to, we got this week to take another bite of the apple, and we are. So, can't wait. We're going to roll. Just like last year. It's the same thing. I told the kids, the Ravens were everybody's picked to win the Super Bowl, betting odds in Vegas. They're 0-1 right now. They go back to work, and that's what you do.
You talk about biting off the apple again. You get a Westgate squad that's coming off a win over Lake Charles College Prep, which ain't no shame in that game. So this is, again, not going to be a little Sunday walk in the park. What's the task before you this weekend facing Westgate?
Yeah, that's our schedule. This week's another, quarterfinal plus opponent, and that's what we want. I don't want to go be 3-0 playing a bunch of patsies. That doesn't get you better. It's just fool's gold. I don't want that. I want to be challenged. I want to get better, because the thing of this is, by week 10, we're ready for a tournament you got to win 5 to be a champion. You got 5 to be a champion. That's always been our motto, as long as I've been doing this, is to get your team battle ready, whether it's 15-0 or whether it's, 13-3 or 13-2 at the end or whatever. You're going to be, you're going to be ready by week 10. So that's what Westgate gives us. It gives us a totally different team than Notre Dame, but yet just as good in their own way. It also adds a rivalry that's renewed. We haven't played them in years. It's probably the closest school to us. I've got several former Westgate kids. I think they probably have a couple of Southside kids there. I just think it's going to be a tremendous atmosphere. I wanted a road-type atmosphere, too, for our kids, because I feel like that we're going to have to win one or two tough road playoff games to get to where we want to go. So this game gives us a lot of things that we need to continue to grow.
What's the last time that Westgate and Southside played? Do you know?
Oh, gosh, I'm not sure. When's the last time we played Westgate, Neil? Yeah, 2022 in a scrimmage. So, it's always been one of those things, didn't play maybe because, I don't know, where their kids may come here or ours may go there. I don't know, but I don't care about any of that. I want a rivalry. I want a close rivalry like that. I want want fans in the stands. I want a game that matters to people, and I want us to have to play in a hostile environment. And I think that's what we're going to get.
It doesn't get any easier from there either. You'll take on a Madison Prep squad after that, a really good 3A squad, and then it's time to get into district play. Holy moly!
Yeah, I mean, Madison Prep was 7 points from the Superdome last year.
Right.
And so that was our first win last year because we got Hurricane came in and canceled our week 2. So, these non-district games are vital before we get into our district. And I like where we're at as far as practice this week. We had a good day yesterday, and I love the process. I love the journey. I told them before we even started this, you don't know where it's going to be, how it's going to go, where the adversity pops up. But there is definitely learning throughout the season, and how you do that is how far you go, and it's kind of fun. I think that's what keeps me in it, and I got a good group of boys, man. They came in and watched film and owned it, and we got to go. We got to roll, man.
From the Live Oak Environmental text line, War Eagle says, I remember Coach said we got out-efforted one game, so he brought his old 1970s 3-speed on the column pickup truck on the field and made us use captains push it down the field after practice. So there you go.
That's good stuff. And, I don't want to say we were out there loafing or anything. No, it's just when you play a Notre Dame team, they're going to play
hard.
Again, there's a level. And, again, there was a level when I was coming early in my career. I thought my team was good until I went up against an Evangel, and I saw that there was another level. And so at Manny, we tried to replicate that, and we eventually did. And these boys here are learning that we're playing good football, but there's, here's another level when we have to touch it,
Well, and it's interesting because for anyone that thinks that high school kids are the only ones and high school coaches are the only ones that have to deal with this, Fran Brown, the Syracuse coach, did you see what he did after their overtime win over UConn this weekend?
I didn't.
They go in overtime and win at home immediately, had the boys lining up doing 20-yard sprints right after the game in full uniform with the crowd still in the stadium.
It's a little Herb Brooks.
That's what Hester said, but not quite as.
The only people know who Herb Brooks is.
Not quite as exhausting though as Herb Brooks put the U.S. squad through, and then boy, you talk about a teaching tool. If you watched the Cowboys game the other night, someone has put a supercut of the George Pickens lack of effort plays for the Cowboys. It's unbelievable. I mean,
and that's why he's a Cowboy. I'm a Steeler fan, by the way.
There you go.
How about those Steelers? How about Aaron Rodgers? Everybody cutting on him. Did he stick it to him or what? 4 touchdowns, no picks.
And he said he did it for those who he wanted to rub it in all the Jets employees' faces.
But that's why George Pickens a Cowboy. He's tremendously talented, but it's all about him, And
just a lack of effort.
It's just I was so glad, even though you hate to lose a talent like that. He's not worth it. I think Cowboy fans are going to quickly see that. He's going to make some great plays and touchdowns, but he will destroy their locker room, man. He'll be late for games. Oh, man, I'm glad I don't have to deal with those type of headaches.
Well, that's just it. In the NFL, there are guys who are so good, and Hester and I have both watched the Netflix Cowboys documentary. There are guys that are so good that they'll get away with anything. Michael Irvin was so good, he almost got away with having rock crack cocaine in the Residence Inn hotel room with a couple of strippers. He didn't go to the pen. He paid a $10,000 fine and got 4 years of probation. There are some guys that are so good they can get away with things.
That's the thing about Michael Irvin.
He efforted it, though.
Plays off. That's right. You can say, and that's the thing Jimmy would always say, all this other stuff, but boy, if you play, and that's what Michael Irvin did. I hate the Cowboys, but Michael Irvin was a playing son of a gun, and that's the thing. I think that's the drop-off of some of these receiver, divas you have in the NFL today. Michael Irvin, he was nuts and crazy and did tons of questionable stuff, but he showed up every Sunday,
With the absolute heart of a lion. The guy wanted to kill everybody he played. He played.
I don't know, man. But anyway.
Yeah. It's just weird. But that's just it, though. In the NFL, you have guys that are so good you can't cut them. But the guys that aren't quite there at that talent level, you do cut if they don't have any effort. But you don't get that from the guys at that level. You know, the ones who are on the roster just because they're that glue guy and they barely made the roster, they're going to try hard. In college, you see guys that aren't giving it their all. You find out they're making $750,000 a year. You can't cut those guys. In high school, if you have kids that don't show effort, what do you do?
Yeah, well, you have that at our level too. You know, you have these kids that get the offers and this and that. And I've just always tried to. I'm a little old school. I've always tried to make sure they understood that. You know, especially today's world with the transfer portal, it's harder for high school kids to where you may think you have an offer, but all it has to happen is kids jumping in transfer portal, and they're going to take a kid every time that has college game film and tape. You know, over unless you're a 4 or 5 star kid, which those guys are rare. It's just one of those things. So we have a little bit more to motivate them. You know, once you get in the NFL, you're making that money.
Yep.
And those teams are married to you, whether you like it or not. They can't cut them because you're in cap hell if you do. You know, and it's really bled down to college football now, to where these guys are tied to NIL deals, to where you're kind of married to them as well for at least a year. And it's a tough deal. But at high school level, I think that's part of our job as coaches, is to try to teach these kids the work ethic and have a standard to make them to where they can be, good in college. To where they can be a guy that's going to be successful in college. If it's just too competitive now for a kid to go in there and think he can just, show up. It's too competitive.
I agree. How do you feel about Tackett's chances of Wisconsin going into Alabama and taking care of business Saturday morning?
They're playing great defense right now. He had a great game. I think he had 7 or 8 tackles, 1.5 sacks, something like that. They had a great game last week. And, they're doing what everybody else is doing right now, fattening up on these mid-majors and stuff. And now it gets real. They're going to play at Alabama. And it really depends on what Alabama team shows up. Wisconsin's offense right now, their quarterback, it's happened in the last 3 years, is injured. They have San Diego State starter from last year. He was their backup for Wisconsin. He's playing. I'm a little concerned with them offensively going into Alabama, but I think defensively they're going to be good. It's just what Alabama team shows up. Is it that soft, lack of effort team that played Florida State, or is it the team that came out and thrashed ULM? What are you going to get? But you get 2-0. Two teams are 2-0, and I think Wisconsin's going to play them well. I just wish they had their starting quarterback.
Yeah,
they got the transfer from Maryland, I believe, that came in. He's a winner. He's gutty. Tackett really likes him, and that's what he said. He was the leader of that offense. He just hates not have him in a game like that.
He's Jess Curtis, head coach of the Southside Sharks, taking on Westgate in a nice little rivalry game in the Lafayette area. Should be a doozy as they try to get their first win of the season. Always enjoy visiting with Jess the Body Curtis. Coach, thanks for hanging out with us, buddy.
I appreciate it, Tim. Look forward to talking to you next week.
All right, buddy. All part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations here in the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Our show presented by Alsco. We'll be back right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine 2 animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does,
okay,
because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Life is unpredictable, but the price of your internet shouldn't be. Get a reliable price for a reliable connection. All in means all in. Get Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included. Change is always happening. Songs are rewritten. Movies are remade. Classics remixed. Bands come and go. Actors come and go. Athletes, coaches, they all
all come and go. But no matter what changes in 5 years, the price of your internet will stay the same. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Our weekly high school coaches conversations are brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Furniture and Appliances. You can't see the dent, you can't see the scratch on so many of these products, but there's still a steep discount on so many wonderful things at Skent-N-Dent. 814 Shreveport Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. You may not see the dent, but you're going to see the savings at Skent-N-Dent, bringing you Coaches Conversations.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, kids. Our show presented by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Taking care of your uniform, linens, and so much more care throughout the state, especially down there in Acadiana. A reminder for you that here during the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, where those Jessup homes are priced just right because that's what they do. They make Jessup homes in Waco at Downey's plant, and so you're going to get a great deal on them here in Bossier. Also, thanks to our friends over at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Do you want tickets to the LSU Florida game for free? Then stop by Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220. You get one entry just showing up into their ticket giveaway before every home game. They're giving away tickets. Just show up at the dealership. You'll get one entry into the hopper. If a friend shows up with you and you refer that friend there to also be a part of that, you get 5 entries. If you go on a test drive, that's 10 entries. If your vehicle serviced at Landers, that's 10 more entries. And if you happen to buy a vehicle at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, that's 30 entries into the LSU football home game ticket giveaway. 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220, underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. GoLanders.com, your LSU football home game ticket giveaway destination is also where you can find the sweet deals on Dodge, Chryslers, Jeeps, and Rams as well. 8:27 the time. In the realm of who got what, Josh Giddey signed a 4-year, $100 million extension to stay with the Chicago Bulls. Pardon me? What was that?
Who is that?
Josh Giddey is an Australian kid that was a part of the Oklahoma City Thunder for a couple of years. They traded him for Caruso and got the defense and the energy of Caruso from the Bulls. And so he goes to the Bulls and averaged 14 points a game and is going to get $25 million a year.
14 points a game.
14 points a game. Josh Giddey. Now, as a guy who, well, somewhere there's a couple of Josh Giddey autograph cards of mine.
Somewhere.
That are worth a little bit of money. And so I want to see him do well. But $25 million a year for Josh Giddey. Yeah. Okie dokie. War Eagle says, could you get away? This is on the Live Oak Environmental text line, liveoakenv.com, 318-230-7125. Get in touch with Roy Walters' crew. If your dumpster service doesn't have the Live Oak logo, that's just trash. Could you get away with having kids push a truck up and down a field nowadays?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You might not be able to get
Not
away with it.
everything is banned.
Huh?
People have to stop thinking everything is banned that happens. Like
Now, Oklahoma drills and bull in the ring, you're probably not getting away with that anymore. You know, which, again, bull in the ring was the dumbest.
Yeah, there was no reason to really do that. Yeah.
Was just stupid.
Yeah.
And we did it every year I was in Monticello.
Every single year. We did it in Parks and Rec Ball.
When y'all were
yeah.
at Sunset Acres?
100%.
Elementary school bull in the ring. Nice. Who was your coach?
My dad.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Get him, Joey.
Like, without fail, without question. We were going to do that every time.
Do you think that's contributed to what Jacob was able to do on the football field?
Oh, I don't know.
I think the toughness factor, you know. Joey didn't raise no wimps, did he?
Mm-mm.
Bull in the ring at the elementary school level. That is awesome.
That's how I know what it is. It's because we did it.
Right. And the poor guy who got knocked to the ground and Bull in the ring and just had more numbers called while he's on the ground. Oh.
Still alive.
Get off of him. He's dead. Now, one time did I ever have the opportunity to hit somebody blindsided when my number was called in an actual game?
No.
Never did happen.
No.
They
frown on that.
Right.
Yeah.
War Eagle, good grief. Bull in the ring was brutal. The poor kid that probably shouldn't be playing football got creamed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was kind of the case every time. I can think of 3 names off the top of my head of boys that were in my class that as soon as you know they were in the middle, you're just kind of, oh, no.
This is going to suck.
This is going to suck.
Yeah, I don't want to do this.
Oh, yeah. No. Oh, I was the sophomore who was on the bottom of the pile many, many times. And then the junior year, not so many times. Senior year, I don't know how many times I got to be actually in the bull in the ring. I got to be more ring than ever be in the bull because I was basically the only quarterback, obviously.
I was going to say we were quarterback.
Don't need to be doing that too much. But, and there were a couple times where I just sat out the bull in the ring and just watched.
Yeah,
and
just take it all in from over here.
Just take it all in from over here. And I just remember seeing a couple of my buddies that were called out there. I'd think, oh, no.
Ooh.
And as soon as they went down, it'd be like, oh.
You're going to die.
Yeah, it's not good. Can't do that anymore.
No.
Sweet Lincoln's Mullet said we did bull in the ring starting with my first year of tackle football before the games. We lost one game with that same team from age 7 until age 12. Bull in the ring for a pregame exercise.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Next thing you know, all right, fellas, take your helmets off. Now hit the other guy in the head with your helmet.
Like Practical Joker.
Right.
Now run up behind him and hit him in the back.
Holy cow. Life was simple then.
It was.
And you know what we didn't have? We didn't have TikTokers back in those days.
Influencers?
Didn't have influencers, buddy.
Ben Simmons turned down offer to join the Knicks. Oh my God.
What?
Ben Simmons turns down offer to join the Knicks. That guy is a basket case.
Who would offer to have him? Who wants him?
Should say Ben Simmons turns down offer to expel energy.
Right. Ben Simmons turns down offer to ever be good again.
Ben Simmons turns down offer to simply bend down to tie his shoe.
Ben Simmons turns down offer to care. Ben Simmons turns down offer to at least shrug his shoulders. Ben Simmons turns down offer to breathe on his own.
He did average 5 points a game last year.
Please tell me how much money he's making. Please tell me that he's making. I hope that he's making $35 million a year.
5 points a game.
5 points a game.
He's a 5-5-5 guy though. So
there you go.
I'll give him that.
5 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game.
Bulls are ready to give him $25 million right now.
What is the Ben Simmons contract? We could save that for the LSU update.
Okay.
All right, save that for the LSU update. I await with bated breath. Our Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas at Bossier City. Our show also brought to you by Chasing Aces. They'll have food, drink, golf, home runs, and everything for Thursday Night Football tomorrow night. Yeah, watching a football game at Chasing Aces sounds pretty doggone cool to me.
Mm-hmm.
After the game Friday, head over to Chasing Aces. They're doing Closest to the Pin. Friday nights again, midnight special, 10 to midnight, with John Dudley on the ones and twos on the mic on the live streaming. Last night, they had a $25 per person scramble with $10 per entry for the Hole in the One contest. Hole in the One contest.
Yeah, we got it.
You know what I mean. ChasingAces.golf. If you haven't been yet, you know somebody that has. And I guarantee you they had a blast, and they're like, why haven't you gone yet? Why don't you answer that question? Well, stop asking me because I went last night. That's your answer. But you got to go. ChasingAces.golf. We'll be back with Hester's LSU update right after this. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The roles of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about summer rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka.
Do the polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality home right now.
Just don't name one after Barf.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Whether your kid is lining them up on the gridiron and putting in the mouthpiece and getting after it, or maybe you've got a kiddo who is a part of the Friday night spectacle of drill team and pep squads and cheerleading squads, guess what? Sports World's got you covered. You got a uniform need? Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
8:37 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Our show also brought to you by the Chop Shop, your local whole animal butchery. Sample family are just good as gold. They really are. And this is their whole vision here, man. They've sold stuff out of their farm for a while. You know, when I was going down to Coshada, I'd stop by there and pick up eggs, beef, chicken, and now, you know, then they start selling some other places. You'd find it, Drug Emporium or something like that. Now they have their own place, and they have not only their products, but other local farm-raised beef, chicken, eggs, pork, grab-and-go salads and meals. Their smash burgers are amazing, and their lunch specials every week are mouth-watering in addition to the smash burger. That 3-cheese grilled cheese last week with that tomato basil soup, that soup was unbelievable. I can't believe it, man. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. Live dirty, eat clean. Isn't that what they say at Sample Farms? Good stuff. All right, time now for your River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery LSU update. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier. They've got your lights for all over the house. You're replacing light fixtures or improving your house in one shape, form, or the fashion of the one. Good God, that almost was stroke light. If you are refurbishing your house, whether it's one light at a time or the entire home needs new light fixtures, you know where to go. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. Bringing you this LSU update. Take it away, Adam Hester. Former LSU standout Ben Simmons has turned down the New York Knicks overtures. Yes. What's happened with all that, Esther? What's some more news with that?
He handled it so poorly, Tim, that his agent fired him. His agent fired him. His agent is so tired of this nonsense that he said, I'm good. Ben Simmons, you can go.
So the Knicks expressed interest in Ben Simmons.
For some unknown reason, yes.
And Ben Simmons did so much to poo-poo it and to kill the deal that his agent said, I'm done.
I can't do this no more.
Okay. How much money has Ben Simmons made in his career, Hester?
Over 9 seasons.
Okay.
And 3 different teams.
All right.
He's made $203 million. He was the Rookie of the Year in his second season. Yeah. He was all NBA third team in his fourth season, which I need to see the stats on that. And he was all defense first team in his fifth season. Does he have pictures on several people that they don't want released?
$203 million.
Yeah.
For 9 seasons.
Yeah.
All right. We know in the first season he didn't play a game. So 9 seasons, that should be 18, 72. What's 82 times 9? Sure. 820 minus 82. So 62. 734 games is how many he should have played. How many games has he played in his career?
I have no idea. I've just got his contract stuff in front of me.
Okay. What's his current contract status?
Nothing, because he's a free agent. That's why he wanted to do the Knicks draft. He was a Clipper at the end of last season. Clippers paid him just over $1 million. The reason they could do that, Tim, is because the Brooklyn Nets paid him $39 million to not play for them. The Brooklyn Nets paid him a $39 million buyout. We are sick of you. Here's almost $40 million to go away.
Your former LSU Tiger, Ben Simmons, in 9 seasons, has not played because of injury for 2 full seasons. His rookie year and also 21-22, holdout and a back injury. Holdout. Since his second year when he played 81 games, his next year he played 79, then 57, 58, 0, 33, 12, 24, 24. Out of 738 possible games in his 9-year career, Ben Simmons has played in 383.
Why are people still pursuing him to this degree?
He has literally played 52% of the eligible games during his career.
Why has he ever been in a position to receive a $39 million buyout?
Because he can dribble a basketball at 6'10". That was the thing. Oh, my gosh. His ball handling skills are amazing.
Great. Awesome. 5 points a game last year.
Since the holdout back injury year, 6.9 points, 6.1 points, and then last year, basically 5.5 points. His last three-pointer that he made, let's see, three-pointers.
Because he can't shoot. That's the other thing, right?
Right. He can't shoot.
We're giving the guy that much money who can't shoot.
Correct.
It's basketball, and you can't shoot. And here's $40 million.
His last three-point attempt came in 2023. He shot 2 3-pointers that year.
You know those people who are like, you're just distracted by sports, man. You shouldn't be paying attention to sports. That's really the distraction from the government, man. They're right. I think they're right.
Probably.
I think I'm on the other side now. The idiocy of this is astounding.
His field goal percentage, 2-point field goal percentage, 56% for his career.
So like on 4 shots a game? Or?
But that's just it. He shot 53. So last year total, he shot about 52% last year. Did not take a 3-point attempt. I don't. This is one of the strangest. He's all time.
Yeah.
You know what his nicknames are?
Lazy.
Simo the Savage.
Sloth.
Young Socialite.
Young. Who's calling him Young?
These are his basketball reference nicknames.
No.
Fresh Prince.
No.
Peacemaker. Benny. The Yank. Big Ben. And the Wizard of Oz.
No one's ever called him any of those names except for maybe Big Ben. Yep.
Or Benny.
No one else is. None of those other ones have been used.
And that's your LSU update.
Hey, it's Young Socialite. No one says that.
No one's ever said that.
No one says
Hey, it's the Wizard of Oz.
Hey, what's up, Wizard of Oz? Like that,
Isn't there only one athlete who's actually been the Wizard of Oz, and that's the much despised Ozzie Smith?
The only real nicknames are hockey nicknames. We just add Y.
Add a Y.
Like that's it. Dude. Soupy,
and if it's a short name like Hill, then you add an SY.
Yeah. Yes.
Hillsy or Hilly.
Those are the only nicknames that are acceptable.
Right.
Wizard. No one's calling you the Wizard of Oz.
You know, it's got
Get it because he's from Australia. Yeah. Okay.
You know what Scott Muskett's nickname was?
Muskie.
You know what Jason Soup Campbell's nickname was?
Soupy.
You know what Jim Sprott's nickname was?
Sprotter. So it's the ER.
Yeah, ER, yeah.
ER is the other one.
You know what Brett Smith's nickname was?
Smitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nickname. That's what a nickname is for. Literally that.
That's it.
Hey, here comes Young Socialite. No one's ever said that.
No.
Do you think the one time he makes a basket because he can't shoot three-pointers?
Right.
A basket for the 76ers.
Exactly.
Young Socialite for 2. No one's ever done that. That's a lie.
Start calling him Naismith because he makes so few baskets, it's almost like there's still a peach basket up there and the game's over after he makes one.
August 15th, 2022, reached agreement with Philadelphia on a grievance filed to recoup a portion of $20 million withheld from him as a result of failure to play games.
Which I guess speaking of LSU, are we getting that with Angel Reese now? By the way, another no-show for the Chicago Sky last night.
Who wants to deal with that? Who wants to deal with all that? So she can get a bunch of rebounds because she can't shoot either.
It's a weird deal, man. 8:47 the time. That's your LSU update brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. They've got light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, all around the house. Our show also brought to you by Rejuvime Medical. That's REJUVIME medical.com. Yeah, they're online. You can find out a lot of information on their website. It's a really good website. You can also find out a lot by making an appointment here at the local office because not only are they online, they're down the street at 4801 Line Avenue, Suite 8 inside Piermont Mall. 318-408-4080. That's 318-408-4080. Having trouble with low testosterone? Having trouble with losing those lbs? Prediabetes? They've got you taken care of at Rejuvime Medical. That's REJUVIME medical.com. And we'll be back with more of the show presented by Alsco.com right after this. There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Labor Day savings are here at the Home Depot with up to 35% off, plus up to an extra $450 off select appliances like LG. Keep your routines running smoothly with an LG refrigerator you can count on from the Home Depot. And with the connected ThinQ app, you'll know if the door is left open and when to replace the filter. Gear up for fall with Labor Day savings on LG, America's most reliable appliance brand at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 21st through September 10th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Unleash the wild side of LSU sports. Tiger Rag Magazine is not your average sports read. It's the jungle of jaw-dropping plays, the roar of the crowd, and the stripes of true sportsmanship. Every page of Tiger Rag pounces with in-depth analysis, exclusive interviews, and stories that leap off the page faster than a tiger chasing a Georgia bulldog. Don't settle for the sidelines. Tiger Rag Magazine puts you front and center of the action. Subscribe now and transform your LSU sports experience. Tiger Rag Magazine, the Bible of LSU sports.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fletcher Show. Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. The Power Hour of our show brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. The Power Hour. Everything Dottie Brewer touches, turns to sold. That includes Franklin Homes, Cabco Homes, and those Jessup homes at 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. 20 acres of homes to choose from. That'll work. Our show also brought to you by Chapin Toyota. Blake Chapin was on the SEC Network yesterday. Again, I think that Blake should have been the SEC Offensive Player of the Week because of what he did against a ranked team compared to John Mateer playing a lower-ranked team than what Mississippi State played. So I think I'm still kind of ticked off about that. Chapin Toyota, though, you're not going to be ticked off if you get in touch with them because you're going to get a fantastic deal on a beautiful brand-new Toyota. That 4Runner is nice. That Land Cruiser, holy moly.
Nice.
Real nice. And then, of course, Tacomas and Tundras. Draco drives a Tacoma, right? He's probably due for a new one. That'll probably change Alabama's luck if Draco would get him a new Toyota from Chapin Toyota.
Maybe so.
You know?
Or just play ULM every week.
Well, that helps. ChapinToyota.com. Ken Chapin Toyota. Exit 617 off I-20. Marshall, Texas, 5015 East End Boulevard South. Shaping up to be a good-looking day. Hester.
Anytime somebody brings up like the worst songs, you know.
Yeah.
And they always talk about it. And I know you don't like a lot of those songs either.
Yeah, a lot of saxophone stuff.
Because you're an oddball. But
more of a fan of the Waves.
No,
Delta Spill.
Okay, calm down.
Yeah.
Can you leave for a second? So people always bring up like Jefferson Starship, right? And Built This City, which is a great fun song. It's just harmless, but it's a fun song.
It's a dumb song, but yeah. I hate it.
The song playing on the speakers when I went to the bathroom just now is an abomination.
You're calling it this? Because
Yes.
you love some bad songs.
But this, but there were fun bad songs back in the day. And this thing that was just playing on the speakers here, I would assume so. This song came from 2022. I had to do the little Soundhound because I was like, how horrible. This is the Ben Simmons of the radio.
Oh, my.
2022, something called Calm Down by Rema, R-E-M-A, which a Google search also tells me that Selena Gomez was on the track somewhere.
Not Reba, but Rema.
R-E-M-A.
Okay.
Rema. Now, you hear a lot of bad country songs here in the station.
Sure.
When we get put on that channel.
Yeah.
Got to run down the checklist. Dirt, truck,
woman, beer, girl.
Yeah, we get it. Okay.
Yeah. Blue Jeans.
Whatever that was, though, which was more of a pop song. God help us. God help us all.
Rema.
Calm Down by Rema. It was just sort of noises for a while. Like it drug on for a minute.
Like going to a Vandy baseball game.
So I'm in the bathroom when I first get this joyful noise, and I know somebody was in the stall, but I couldn't help but like, what is this? And I know they heard me. What is this?
I don't know why you would think this is a love song.
Yeah.
Girl, this your body. You put my heart for lockdown, oh, lockdown. Girl, you sweet like Fanta. Ooh, Fanta, ooh.
Yeah.
If I tell you, say, I love you, no defy from Yanga, oh, Yanga, oh, no, tell me, no, whoa, oh,
That's a real thing.
oh. Baby, come give me your low, whoa. You got me like whoa.
Yep.
Shawty, come give me your low,
Back to the
whoa.
Yeah, right. That was a real thing that just happened. I'd rather listen to like Henson. Yeah, I'll take Umba. I'll take the Crash Test Dummies.
Mm-hmm.
At least he had a point. He was telling a story. Unlike whatever it was. What is happening? To every facet of life.
I don't know what this means.
Oh, maybe you shouldn't say it.
Yeah. Okay. Her friends they gum her like chewing gum.
Yeah, like I said, maybe
chewing gum.
Yeah, I am out of
I don't think I've heard this one.
No, I was not familiar with this one. Sometimes, you at least hear them in the background or something. Like I wasn't familiar with this one.
I like the album cover art for Rima.
Stop trying to find a positive here, please. Thank you.
I get it. 8:56 the time. We'll have one more time out for our friends in Lafayette. We're coming to you live. Our show presented by Alsco.com. 318-636-0404. The Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. 3830 East Texas and Bossier.
When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Hey now, welcome back, everybody. It's Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton and Adam Hester. Our show presented by Alsco, 318-636-0404. Alsco.com. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and so much more. Our little show also is brought to you by our friends over at Sports Cards of Louisiana. Yes, indeed. They've got your Topps cards. They've got your Bowman. They've got, by the way, in October, I believe, is when Topps gets the NBA license.
Oh, okay.
And so get ready for the Cooper Flag
Bonanza.
Dallas Maverick wearing, actually get to have him in uniform cards coming out. I think that's October. Joey and Sarah certainly would know. Sports Cards of Louisiana, right there on North Market, north of I-220 in the Brookshire Shopping Center on the north side of Brookshire's. In that same building, they've got game nights. They've got so many cool things. Pokemon, plus Magic the Gathering cards, plus all your sports cards. And don't forget, they also have the supplies you need to protect that hobby of yours. Sports Cards of Louisiana. Taking care of business every day. every day. For our friends in Lafayette, we've come to a time for us to say goodbye. We hope you guys have a wonderful day in your beautiful city with your incredible culinary choices. Enjoy living in Lafayette. That's pretty cool, dude.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Yes, sir. Esther, I'll try to send you this song while you're driving so you can listen to it.
Oh, please do.
It's a very funny song.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Is it like a parody song?
No, it's a party song, but
song.
It's funny because the guy's got all this, swagger as he's hitting the club, and then the night gets worse and worse for him. And then the narrator, who also does does a couple of drops in there, starts making fun of basically the guy who thinks he has all the swagger. And so it's got a little thing to it, little meter mob. Yeah. You Came to Party featuring Too Short on the song. It's a song where if I hit play on it, I would definitely worry about any of it making it on the air. Yeah, because the lyrics are explicit with a couple of doggones and shoots. Dang it!
Gee willikers.
I remember back in the day when dang it would be a bad word on a TV show.
Water closet.
All right, kids. We're in the happy hour. Our show presented by Alsco, and it's time now. Hester is leaving. Yep. There goes the horns announcing his departure. Adam Hester on his way to work. Do you have your lunch money? He does. He's now an executive, so his lunch money is a little... Right, he's the Ben Simmons of lunch money. Right. He's the kind of guy now making so much cashola that he's like, I may not even bring my lunch sometimes. I might even go to a place over here and just get lunch. Whoa. Yeah. Your Bo Harris Wealth Management Update. Bo Harris, your SEC update brought about Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo has a very simple philosophy, and this is such a good philosophy. And it works for most people, but Rogers and I, we are awake sometimes at 2 because we're waking up, But for those that wake up at 2 in the morning or you're lying awake because you're worrying about it hits you like, what am I going to do for retirement? What are we going to do about mom and dad when they get older? What are we going to do when we get older? What if our kids don't like us anymore? We got to take care of ourselves. I like that. Like that mucho lot. How are we going to do this? Well, that's the kind of questions where Bo Harris wants to be able to step in and help you, and where a trusted professional financial advisor can come in and help you come up with an investment game plan. Bringing you this SEC update. Yes, sir. Well, how do these games match up this week? Statistically, how do these games, how are we looking this week, huh? Well, that Alabama-Wisconsin game, for instance. I love the fact that on the SEC website, again, Rogers, it's got the Wisconsin helmet, the Alabama helmet. It's a great little graphic here. Last week, Alabama defeated ULM 73-0. Last week, Wisconsin defeated Alabama 42-10. Did you know that Wisconsin beat Alabama last week and they're playing them again this week, Rogers? Because it's supposed to be providing information. Hey. Both these teams are middling in the rushing offensive categories. Both of these teams are, well, let's go through it. Wisconsin runs for 159 yards a game, Alabama 150. Wisconsin, as you mentioned earlier, Jess Curtis talked about how Wisconsin's starting quarterback is hurt, so they're going with their backup, a San Diego State transfer. averaging 235 yards passing. Ty Simpson in Alabama averaging 312.5. Scoring, Alabama's averaging 45 points, Wisconsin 30. Rushing defense, how about Tackett Curtis and those Wisconsin Badgers giving up 33.5 yards per game so far on the ground. Alabama's given up 161. Wisconsin has picked off 3 passes this year. That's good for 7th in the country. They've also picked up 4 sacks. That's good for 7th in the country. Alabama has yet to record a sack this year in 2 games. Did not get a sack against ULM. According to this, again, is the SEC website. Come on, Sankey, get your nerds together. Another matchup real quick, Vandy and South Carolina. How do these stack up? Vandy runs the ball really well. 231 yards per game, 254 yards through the air. Scoring-wise, Vandy as the 21st highest scoring team in the country, South Carolina 56th. Vandy with 491 yards per game is 6th in the country, South Carolina 57th. Both have picked up 3 sacks. Both give up around 10 or 11 points per game. That's going to be a fun game. Oh, God. Vandy, South Carolina, 11 o'clock on the SEC Network. Just had a horse walk into the studio. And I almost said a word that you're not supposed to say on radio. And that's your SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to help you set up your investment game plan. Following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management. 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, it's good old Kevin Magee of Logansport High School. What's up, Kev? How you doing?
I'm good, guys. How's everybody there?
We're doing A-okay, buddy. Last week, the Logansport Tigers took on a rejuvenated Manny squad that has more boys out for than they've had in the last couple of years, and it kind of feels like that they've got a lot more of the old Manny swagger back, and I guess no one would know it better than you. How close did that Manny team look like the old Manny teams compared to the Manny team from last year?
I think from an emotional standpoint, from a focus standpoint, from an effort that they gave on the field, I think it's getting back to, where they were mentally. Obviously, several years back, they had some dudes over there, right? And they're all playing on Saturdays now.
Yep.
And that you can't control, but you can't control when they can control how you go into a game and what kind of effort you give and how you play emotion. And they're doing the right things, man. He's done a phenomenal job just in the short time bringing those guys back. And you can tell on the sideline they believe, and they want to believe. And I think that's a big part of it is they're trying really hard. The kids are trying really hard to stay into the game and to stay motivated and to stay up. And just you can tell, and I think about this. Sometimes you say you got to fake it till you make it. I'm looking over there in the third and fourth quarter, and they're doing things as a team on the sideline. Chants and this and that, and I just think that's what it takes to get the motivation and get support behind you. So, but yeah, man, they're a good football team, and it's kind of got what I expected. I knew they were super physical and super aggressive, and obviously numbers got to play in a big part late in the third and obviously the fourth quarter. We had some guys cramp, and they were just feeding, fresh legs in. And but credit to them, man. They played hard for 4 quarters. They ran the football at us, which nobody's done in the past few years. So kudos to them, and for us, you figure out what your deficiencies are and what we need to work on.
Well, how much work has gone into those deficiencies, and what was the most glaring one that you had to try to correct this week?
I think we weren't in game shape. I always think we're in shape, but I don't think we're in game shape yet. And it got to where we had a few guys go down, and that creates a situation where you've got 2 or 3 guys having to go both ways now that they haven't been used to. And so just late in the third quarter, man, I could tell that edge was starting to slip off, and the competitiveness, and we start looking around, and we got down by 2 scores, and we just got to go back to fundamental football, and we've got to be really good at what we do. We've got to figure out a way to run the ball better. I think we rushed for less than 50 yards. We did have 3 touchdown passes that I was proud of. We just got to keep the momentum going. We've got to learn to sustain drives. I know last year, and we relied on big plays, and those 2 guys are gone. So we need to figure out who our dudes are and who's going to kind of put us on their back and carry us in those times of lull, during the game when you have those troughs and things aren't necessarily going your way, and who's going to step up and make a big play.
Need somebody to be your go-to guy then, huh?
Correct.
Well, you got another opportunity this week facing a Loyola squad that certainly found a couple of their guys. The matter of fact, they scored in just about every imaginable way that you could, if you think about it. When you looked at the film from Loyola and you see that Ty Allsworth runs 2 kicks back for scores, also makes a touchdown grab. Mason Drake runs for 180 yards. They got the Fade Ivy kid out there racking up 10 tackles and a pick and a forced fumble and 2 pass breakups. And then you got Bryce Restovich out there getting it done at the quarterback spot. Not a whole lot of weak spots there on that Loyola squad right now. What do you see when you looked at Loyola's opening win over St. Fred?
You're spot on. I see a really, really good football team with really good players who are focused, who are fundamental, who play assignment football. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They communicate well. You can tell they played around each other for a long time, and we kind of been watching this group come up, and their numbers are up. You look on the sideline, and they got a pile of kids that are dressed out, and a bunch of freshmen that are in jerseys and not necessarily dressed on Friday. So that's an indication of kind of what the program is, and they're clicking on all cylinders early. And so we know it's a huge challenge for us, but that's why we schedule teams like Manning, like Loyola, like Bossier. So we want to see these really good teams early so we can benefit from that down the road. We want to figure out who our guys are and where our deficiencies are. What do we need to work on before we get to district and going into the playoffs? So I embrace that. I don't want games that are handed to you. We want good football teams, and those guys are going to win a lot of games, and they're going to feed us in PowerPoints the rest of the year, and it's going to get us ready for the long haul. So I'm really looking forward to another good game, another hard-fought, just gritty game with some guys that love playing football. Another home game for us. Last week was a great crowd, great atmosphere. So there's a lot of things that are positives, man, and we're just ready to line it down and see if we can't go figure out a way to be successful this week.
Even in a loss, there's still kids that are getting the job done that don't get their name called out that often. We like to refer to that as our unsung hero, and that's brought to you by Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, a true unsung hero in a lot of communities in North Louisiana. Kev, who was somebody that might fit the bill for being a Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung hero last week for the Logansport Tigers?
I would have to say Dylan McClellan. Dylan's the guy that's been around with us for a long time. He plays and wears a lot of hats, right? Plays in a lot of positions. He fills in really. He's that guy that it doesn't matter what you need. He's an everyday guy. He never misses. Super kid, great in the classroom. Plays linebacker. Plays every special team. Comes in and plays the H. He will do anything we ask him to do with a smile on his face, and we know we're 100%. And so we obviously with the weather, it was super muggy. We had a bunch of kids cramp, and he just had to go play some positions that maybe he's never stepped foot in, and he does that. And those are the guys that make it easy. When you walk around and see him at school, he's one that's a blessing. And so Dylan McClellan is definitely that guy.
And also, Kev, yesterday found out the news of a longtime coach, big-time influencer on so many people in our part of the state, Tommy Reeder passing away. I assume that your paths crossed a few times over the years.
Yes, sir. I was around him in an all-star game, 10 years ago, and he was just that guy that was so comforting to be around. And that was really the first time I ever met him. Really soft-spoken, and it's like he's a magnet for people, for kids. He was just that guy that generates, I don't know, man, this great feeling about what we do and how we do it. And then he's kind of the epitome of what we all strive to be and the impact that we all want, at his point in life. And so, yeah, it's a big loss. I don't think you're ever going to talk to anybody that doesn't have the utmost respect for that man.
That's what I was going to say. Billy Laird, Tommy Reeder, of course, Red Franklin, those guys, there's just a level of what they've meant to so many people and just this sport in itself. And then just the thousands of young men that have played for them. And then even the thousands of young women that have been students under them as well, that they've also influenced. And the fellow teachers and coaches that have nothing but good things to say about these kind of fellas. And that's why that's why we do what we do here on this show, Kev, because we know that there are guys like you out there. And Jerry Byrd and John Sella and Jess Curtis and who all we talked to, Coy and all these guys. It means so much to these kids out there and still getting the job done. And so I know that that's a mighty loss to a lot of people. I know that our mutual friend John Ware was certainly a lot closer to him. And, of course, David Franklin. I haven't talked to David about it. But those guys have got to be feeling it today as well. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. The Logansport Tigers taking on Loyola in what should be, Kevin, one of the better games of the weekend because everybody on that field is going to give it everything they got, and that's what makes it so special on Friday night. So best of luck to your kids on Friday. Hope everybody comes out of it nice and healthy as well, Kev.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
You betcha. Kevin Magee, head coach for the Logansport Tigers, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Remember, Skent-N-Dent, you can't see the dent, and I've been there, and, I'm not going to bring a, what do you call those things, Raj? Not a microscope. What do you call it? Magnifying glass. What if I brought a microscope, though, in a lab coat? I'd really look like I was smart, wouldn't I? I'm going to start carrying those around. But a magnifying glass. You might have to get a magnifying glass to find out where is the scratch on this thing. Oh, that's the dent. That's the dent. I've got more dents in stuff that I bought that did not have dents in the first place.
You know what? Just to prove a point, I'd kick it and put another dent in and go, I'll still take it.
Right. I'm telling you, the money you save compared to whatever blemish, and I say that with air quotes, whatever blemish that appliance may have on it, buddy, it is worth it. I, again, don't recall anybody ever walking into any home that I had and saying, let me take a look at your dryer. I want to see what it looks like on the surface. That thing got any scratches or dents on it? Never. I used to have a refrigerator that I had people sign, anybody that came and visited my house. It was full of just signs, people signing it with Sharpies and drawing, and sometimes not so many nice things written and drawn on it. Did I care? No. You know what it did? It kept food cold. I don't care what things look like. Anything you want to keep cold, Tommy? They've got those refrigerators there. Anything you want to keep cold, they've got it. Skent-N-Dent. Good people, too. Devin and Rance Hill are good people. Mudbugs fans, NLU/UL Monroe fans. They grew up in Monroe. They're good guys. Skent-N-Dent, appliance and furniture, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. The enormous showroom is open here in just about 45 minutes. Stop by Skent-N-Dent. You'll be glad you did. When we come back, where are we going? Glenbrook? Greg Tibbitt next on our happy hour on our show presented by Alsco right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
In the studio with Daniel Lynch, our 11:30 The Tiger lawn and fence industry ace. So Daniel, financing for fences, how does that work?
So what we do is we partnered up with a company called Hearth. Hearth is a national brand. They work with about 30 different banks. They really help some of the best and some of the worst options out there. So when I say best and worst, what I'm looking at is there's a lot of people that don't have the best credit, and there's people that have really, really good credit out there. But what we do is we partner with them, and they offer 0% financing on a lot of stuff for a lot of different people. We can put fences up to $40,000. We can do fences down to $1,500. Just whatever fits your need.
This is going to take an estimate, and it's going to take a credit application. How much does it cost to get that done?
So the estimate's free, credit application's free. Generally speaking, once we have the estimate turned in to you and you look at it, you approve it, we send everything over to the finance company. We can have you approved in probably 90 seconds.
Learn more about this industry ace at lynch'slawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
An accident can change everything in a moment. When you're left hurt and unsure what to do next, you need someone local who will stand up for you. I'm Kyle McCotter, your personal injury lawyer, and I've been helping local families for over a decade. Call 318-752-3335 for a free consultation where I'll go over your options and fight for the compensation you deserve. Call me, Kyle McCotter, at 318-752-3335. Local, experienced, and ready to go to battle for you. Office in Bossier City, LA file number 2519238.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid on lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Are you experiencing fatigue, low libido, muscle loss? At Rejuva-Me Medical, we specialize in medically monitored hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, games, workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, paints and supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, everybody. 9:23 the time. The Tim Fletcher Show. Happy Hour, our show presented by Alsco.com. Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. 636-0404. Our little show also is brought to you by Cormier Family Dentistry. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. Big birthday for Adam just recently. They are the home of the friendly staff and beautiful smiles. Right there on East Kings, across from Albertsons, between Drug Emporium and Aiken's Nursery, 868-4072. I love my dentist, and I guarantee if you'll show up at Cormier Family Dentistry, you'll love them too. Good people, great dentist, nice folks. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Glenbrook Apaches. Jump on it. It's Greg Tibbitt, the old Stuttgart Rice Bird. What's up there, Tibbitt?
Not much. How y'all doing this morning?
We're doing all right, man. Your fellas went out there and took care of business against a team they should have taken care of business against in the season opener, and you got your first win as a head coach of the Glenbrook Apaches. How's it feel?
Yes, sir. It was good. It was good. You know, we've talked about how young we are, and just being able to go out and execute and you know, make things happen, and kind of got off to a slow start, but it was a good night for us.
I say your first head coach this generation of your first time as a head coach for the Glenbrook Apaches. Ryan Reagan did some nice things for you there. The quarterback spot, pretty efficient. Very few passes hit the turf. 4 touchdown tosses. Connor Bolton did a nice job defensively. 4 tackles, had a pick 6 for you. In a game like this, is it kind of hard, though, to find the ones that are like, well, we probably all pretty much played well in a way, right?
Right, and that's a good thing. But, you know, Ryan did all those things in a half, so that's even better. I mean, he didn't even play the second half. So, I mean, he had almost 200 yards of total offense, you know, in a half. But our receivers caught the ball really well. We ran our routes. You know, we did a lot of good things on offense, both running and passing. So, like I said, it was a good night for us.
Well, it's going to be a little bit different this week as far as the level of competition. When you look at what Bossier was able to do last week, you know, put in a new kid at quarterback, freshman goes off and plays really well. What was the thing that you kind of looked at when you saw Bossier? Again, one of the standard questions we have for you guys, what kind of jumps off the film at Bossier?
Once again, just very athletic. Got a lot of speed in a lot of different places. Doing a really good job with their offense and what they do schematically. But just the athletic ability, you know, just at any point, any broken play, any broken tackle, anything like that could be a huge touchdown, a huge play for them. So that's the one thing that really stands out about them.
So how much of the emphasis this week at Glenbrook is wrap them up? If you got them, grab them, and wait for the next guy to help you bring them down, because you cannot let them wiggle out of a tackle, I would assume.
Right. We talked about that a lot, you know, just like you said, just finishing tackles, not expecting one person to make the tackle, but everybody rallying to the football.
As far as what this team has the potential to do, when do you kind of start realizing what that potential is? You can't really tell through the first week. I don't even know if you can tell how good a team can be in week 2 or how things are going to go the wrong way after a week 2. When in your mind do you think that you'll have a pretty good idea of what you've got with this group of Glenbrook Apaches?
I think once we get some games under our belt, you know, and it's multiple types of games. You know, this one's at home again. So when we get some away games under our belt, how are we going to handle going on the road, and how are we going to handle district play and different styles of offense? I think it's going to take a little bit, but I think it's a good start, and we're headed in the right direction for sure.
As far as the way that just doing the little things, you know, we keep hearing about lining up in the right spot, getting on and off the field for special teams, and whenever there's a turnover and the offense has to go take the place of the defense or vice versa. How did that go in week 1?
I thought it went really well, and you know, we talked about it just coming from Arkansas. I'm not used to the scrimmage and the jamboree and kind of like those 2 preseason games, almost like you see at the NFL level. So I think that's a good thing for us. You know, you get to work out some of those kinks in those 2 opportunities. So by week 1, you should have. Now, once again, it's not going to be perfect. We realize that, but most of those should be worked out by that time.
What's the thing you're looking for to see and what your kids are able to put together this coming week against Bossier? What are you kind of excited about seeing potentially take place?
You know, just continuing to execute what we're asking them to do on both sides of the ball, and stepping up in level and competition. Once again, we're 1A, they're 4A. That's a huge jump, and they're a good team. So just seeing how we handle that situation and that pressure, and like I said, just continue to execute what we're asking them to do.
You got some young ones out there. There might be some harrowing experiences for them at some point this season, you know, where the game gets a little too big for maybe some of those 9th graders that are out there in key positions for you. How do you handle that as a coach, where you don't want to – you got to correct, but you don't want to destroy. You want to be stern, but you don't want to be the tyrant. You don't want to be too soft. What's the Greg Tibbitt way of correcting a young player that you know has got potential, but they just screwed up in a royal way?
I think taking those opportunities to coach those kids up, and that sounds a little cliche, but just pointing out, hey, this is what happened. What did you see? How did this happen? And things like that. Just a chance to coach those guys up, because in any sport you can't really simulate games and practices. You can try and you can do all the things you want to do, but the game is a whole different world on Friday night. So just using those opportunities to coach those kids up and hoping they learn from those experiences and seeing if they get better the next time around.
This Bossier game, of course, the last little tune-up before district play begins for the Glenbrook Apaches. They get after it against Ringgold, and then it's Cedar Creek, then Plain Dealing, then Arcadia, Lincoln Prep. Do you have anybody in that Week 8 lineup, Tibbitt, or is that going to be an open date?
It'll be open. It'll be open this year.
All right. And then you finish off with Jay Hodge and the big doozy at the end, Haynesville boy. If I were putting together a schedule, I think this is the way that I would try to do it, right here. Let's build, and let's make sure that last game when we face those fighting Golden Tornado, we're at our best. And right now, Glenbrook certainly looked pretty sharp in that season opener for Glenbrook head coach Greg Tibbitt. And not only did your fellows look okay, look at those Longhorns. Huh? They looked a little bit better this past week, didn't they?
Finally found some offense.
Yeah, I think you're going to be okay. I have a feeling you're going to be okay.
I agree. I think there's a lot of pieces missing from last year's team that people didn't realize either. And poor Arch, I don't know if he can ever live up to the hype he's got, but it was a much better start last week.
Unless he completes 80% of his passes, throws for 5,000 yards, 70 touchdowns, and 5 picks in a national championship and a Heisman, no, he's not going to live up to his hype. But I was happy to see the kid get out there and just look like he was having fun playing football, which is kind of the whole purpose of the thing in the first place.
That helps it out for sure.
It does. And they're having fun in Glenbrook, as they always do. They've had great coaches for a long, long time there, and it continues. Greg Tibbitt getting it done. Nice win. Off they go to Week 2 when they host Bossier on Friday night. Greg, appreciate the time. Hope your boys play hard.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
You bet. When we come back, we've got your LSU update. Plus, we'll visit with Airline head coach Justin Scogin, all part of our happy hour as we broadcast the show presented by Alsco.com. Alsco. 318-636-0404. Rogers, I got my email from walk-ons that always tells me the things that I need to be getting there. And they show me the dessert. And Hester said he's seen it. You say you've seen it. I don't know why I haven't seen this. But I've got a free dessert waiting for me at walk-ons with my points. And, Rogers, they've got this warm cookie sundae. Yeah. That is a chocolate chip cookie in a little pan, like a little small, like a cornbread pan. But it's a cookie with ice cream, chocolate fudge, and whipped cream on top. What are you doing to me, walk-ons? Why do you want to do this to me? I want everything in this. I want that. I want it right now.
They made that especially for you. They heard about your disdain for cookie cake, so they wanted to spruce it up to where it'd be attracted to you. You didn't even notice it was a cookie underneath the way, and it did not gross you out.
It did not gross me out. This might
You're more attracted to this than almost anything I've ever seen.
I may, if it's what I think it might be, I might make an entry level into cookie cakedom. I don't know.
You know what? Baby steps.
Baby steps.
Baby steps.
Take those babies and step on into walk-ons today for lunch or after work or dinner, because you know that the games are on, the food is great, the wait staff is on point. As always, walk-ons, Sports Bistro, getting it done, son. Uri Drive south of East 70th, and, of course, on Airline in Bossier north of 220. Walk-ons. The games just taste better. Back with Justin Scogin after this.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
Log on and check out these great deals where your dollars go further and you can cash in and save at Valley Shreveport. 3 great dining experiences on property for you to enjoy. Flames Mediterranean Restaurant with Greek and Persian selections that satisfy your fine dining cravings. TK's Treats and Eats, Po' Boy Sweets and more. Notini's Italian Restaurant, home of everybody's favorite mint tea and all your Italian favorites. Just log on to seizethedeal.com/Shreveport to get yours today.
SeizeTheDeal.com. 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show. Happy hour. Broadcast courtesy of Alsco.com. Your LSU update brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery bringing you this LSU update. Congrats to the LSU volleyball squad. They picked up a straight set shutout of Notre Dame in the inaugural showdown at the net between SEC and ACC programs at the Joyce Center in South Bend, Indiana. LSU is now 5-2, extended their winning streak to 4 matches, and improved to 7-2 all-time against Notre Dame. Behind a balanced attack and stifling defense, LSU had 235 with 41 kills, had 11 blocks, and that's the second match this season the team has reached double-digit blocks. LSU now 5-2 after a big shutout of Notre Dame on their court in women's volleyball. And that's your LSU update brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier. RiverCitiesLighting.com for light fixtures inside the house and outside the house, along with wallpaper and rugs. They've got them all. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Airline Vikings, the always wonderful Justin Scogin. Good morning, Justin. How in the world are you, buddy?
Man, I can't complain. Nobody's going to listen.
Well, I get it. I tell you what, buddy, it's just so much. What y'all are doing out there is so cool. You lose Ben Taylor, who's one of the most prolific quarterbacks we've ever had in Shreveport-Bossier history, and you plug in Chase Williams, and he throws 236 yards, run for 114 against a good Barb squad. Your 5-star receiver, Kenny Darby, has 10 grabs, 110 yards. DJ Allen runs for 170 or so plus yards. This offense, it's almost like you've created this monster out there, Justin, you and your coaching staff, that if you don't put those kind of numbers up, we're like, well, what happened? That's a good thing, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's good and it's not, because I mean, sometimes the kids take the brunt of the, why aren't you, putting up the stuff, whereas it, it should be our fault. So that, I mean, there's always negatives to it, but, I think just kind of the consistency of, the consistency on offense and defense and the, our staff, good things happen when everybody stays and you run the same stuff and you just kind of get better at it year in and year out. And, good things happen.
It's weird, Justin, that back in the day, and I've told the story 9,000 times on the radio, so I won't do it again, but way back when I was still at Channel 6, and this is before 2000, we were doing a live shot from Evangel. I think it was their first district game against maybe Airline or something like that. And we were just, screwing around with some like 8 and 9-year-olds before the live shot, playing a little touch football. And I got in the huddle with them, and the kids were like, I'm running a 4, I'm running a 6, I'm running a 3. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? These 8-year-olds had a route tree. And I was like, wait a minute. So they learned this in the 3rd grade. They carry it over to middle school, and they're doing it in high school. No wonder these guys know what they're doing when they get to high school. That consistency, Justin, how much does that talent, having Kenny Darby's talent is something that 99.9% of us will never know what that's like, okay? But Kenny Darby having the same routes and having the same play calls and all that, how much does that help even the talented players like that, plus just the regular high school players of having that consistent verbiage, consistency with the coachings and the lessons? That's got to play a big role, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge because, I mean, we started as soon as they get here as freshmen, and they hear the same thing for 4 years. They hear the same thing route-wise. They hear the same thing up front. They hear the same thing as quarterbacks. They hear the same thing as running backs. But they hear it for so long, regardless of how quick they are and all that stuff, they still, know exactly what to do in every single situation. It's the same on both sides of the ball. It's the same on special teams. We put more of an emphasis this year on special teams, to help Coach Fields. And I think it kind of shows, how good of a special teams guy he is. When we give him all the resources, we've kind of, dedicated a couple more coaches to him. And, it showed on Friday night, by how good we were on kickoff. And, but I mean, yeah, if I could, I would go to Plantation Park one day, and I'd go to Meadowview, and I'd go to W.T. Lewis, and I'd go to PE, and we'd just run their stuff. Obviously we can't do that, but I'd love to get to a point where we would have these guys run it from youth football all the way up, but just it's a little bit different. But I think it's paramount that you kind of keep things consistent, and you keep your coaching staff consistent, and you keep your offense consistent, you keep your defense consistent. I mean, that's not to say that we don't add stuff in every year, but everything that we add is within our scheme. We're going to do stuff that fits our scheme. We're not going to try to, fit a square peg into a round hole.
Well, the communities like Logansport, Haynesville, Notre Dame, they're able to do that with kids, and you see the results, and that's why it's so cool when you see that at the small community level. But when you get to see it at a big school level with that consistency, it also is a neat thing. Taking on Benton this week, opening district play, whether you like it or not, Justin, it is what it is. District game in week 2, taking on a Stephen Dennis coached Benton squad as opposed to a Reynolds Moore coached Benton squad, which is unusual for everybody this year. Of course, last year with Stephen Dennis and Huntington, it was one of the more entertaining games of the season for the Airline Vikings and Huntington Raiders. What do you see about Benton this year that reminds you of Huntington last year?
Well, I mean, I think anytime you deal with Stephen Dennis, I told him this on the phone yesterday. I was like, man, you gotta calm down. Like, I'm afraid you're gonna die on the field. Like, I genuinely, he's a good friend of mine. I genuinely worry about that dude. Man, you talk about passion. I mean, there's no. He was out there. He was at midfield the other day at our freshman game, man, just coaching the kids up, and trying to get calls. And I was like, man, you got to settle down. I said, you're gonna have a heart attack on the field. He said, Coach, man, it's just the way, and he does. He's so passionate about, everything that he does, man. And it's special when you have a guy like that. I mean, it rubs off, like you talk about, the Kenny Darbys and guys like that. Not a lot of people have those guys, but you have the guys that you have, and they have a very special player in Malachi Ziegler, and they have pieces. It's going to be kind of like my first year. I'm hoping it doesn't fall into place the way it did for us all those years ago. Hope it doesn't fall into place on Friday night. Hope they wait maybe a couple more weeks, but. Yeah, very passionate guy, man. He's gonna do a great job. I always thought he did the best job in the city with the way he turned Huntington around, and the way that he left that job was phenomenal. And I also thought that Reynolds Moore did a phenomenal job during his time at Benton, really kind of taking it to the next level and pushing it to the next level of actually being competitive in 5A. So I think it's two really good coaches, and Coach Moore worked really hard to get that program to where it is, and I think, Coach Dennis, these days you can't stay at a place too long. If you're staying at a place for 10 years, man, you're a phenomenal coach. So I think he served his time, and I think Coach Dennis is, it's his passion that he's going to try to take it to the next level.
Very well said, Justin. Justin Scogin joining us here. What did you like best about Chase's performance, by the way, as the quarterback for you last week?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's always good and there's always bad. I'm very good on calling out the good, and I'm very consistent with calling out the bad. We know what the stuff we need to work on. I would say the biggest thing, the biggest surprise was, one, his poise. The fact that he never, he didn't get rattled. He never got too high when he was doing good. He never got too low when he was doing bad, or when he made bad plays. And the other thing was, just his ability to run. I mean, I basically force these kids to run track, and I make them go out there and run track against, the other guys and, the other guys around the area and the district and all that stuff. And I think, for him, when we got him out there on the track, we could tell he was going to be very athletic and very special, by the way he ran. But I think it really paid off, and it really showed the other night when he, ran a quarterback sneak for 90 yards, and nobody could catch him. One guy had the angle, and I think he tired out just a little bit in the end. But next year, he's 100% going to score that, because he's going to play basketball and then he's going to come run track, and he's going to be even faster next year. So I mean, it's I think I guess the answer to it is, man, just the upside for him is extremely exciting, because there's so much. He's going to be so much better every week if he continues to do the things that he's doing now.
And of course, Coach, we had a chance we wanted to visit with you after the game, because we wanted to get that Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung hero, who was one of those kids that kind of showed up that doesn't get a whole lot of attention, because there were a couple of nominees, it sounded like, from what we were hearing from Toby Todd over the Friday.
I don't know, man. That's a tough one. I'm trying to go through and think. I think maybe just defensive line as a whole. I don't think anybody really kind of realizes right now, because we are fairly small. With Cole Shepard and Jamyron Davis has never been called small. But with Jamyron Davis and Caleb Crow is not small, but he's not just a gigantic guy. But I thought they did a really good job of kind of controlling the line of scrimmage and doing a really good job technique-wise and fundamental-wise. And, the way that, Coach Landingham has gotten after it in the offseason, I just think that unit really kind of stuck out on Friday night to me, probably not to many other people other than, our staff and, to the normal person, nobody probably noticed that our D-line played really well. But that's something that's going to have to be. So I would say definitely, and it goes across the board, Max Moore, Jamyron Davis, Cole Shepard, Caleb Crow. There was a ton of guys that got in and contributed, but those first three played a lot of the game and did a really phenomenal job.
As always, we feel smarter after we talk to Justin Scogin, who has just done an incredible job since he arrived at Airline. Yes, sir.
Could you do me a favor and text my wife that?
Not a problem. Not a problem. Absolutely. And you know what I'm sure she'll say is like, who are you? And
no, my wife would probably say, ha 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 ha. Hey, who is this? She's the nicest person in the world. I can assure you, she would never be mean to you.
Well, that's good to know. We need more people like that.
She's a winner. She's a keeper, I can assure you.
She's a winner, she's a keeper, and she's married to the head coach of the Airline Vikings, Justin Scogin.
That's her only downfall, yes. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks, Justin. You too, buddy. Justin Scogin, part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. A couple of texts coming in here off the Live Oak Environmental text line. Doug Marvin, went for my breakfast, bacon and chorizo taco in the morning and stopped by. Oh, I've already got that one. Stopped by and got the shrimp tacos. Got that one. There was another one. Hang on. Oh, crawfish guy. Heading out of town, stopped to try a breakfast taco. It's great. One of the best I've had. Well, thanks for stopping by there, crawfish guy. I appreciate that. I'll let Drew know that you guys stopped by. Next time you're there, ask for Drew. Say hey to him. Let him know. He's a good dude. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as the final guest of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. We always love visiting with this guy. I love covering him when he was in high school, when he was in college. And now he's a head coach and doing a bang-up job at Homer. It's good old Richie Casey. Hey, Richie, how you doing this morning, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I am A-OK, buddy. What a whale of a season opener for both teams. What an entertaining game, but what a performance by your guys to beat Houghton 36-34 between the Pines. Richie, you had to be just really proud of the way your fellows played Friday night, I would assume.
Oh yeah, man. It was a very exciting game, man. Our guys came out, they played hard, and they had in their mind, that we were going to win that game no matter what. And those guys fought to the very end. It was a tough game, fun game to be a part of.
What was the key, you think, in being able to leave Houghton High School with a W stuffed into your pockets?
We just had to stay the course. We knew we were talented enough to win the game, but we had to, get through the endurance part of that game for us. We know we got guys going both ways, and I tell you, man, it felt like 4 quarters in the first quarter. And from that point on, our guys just kind of locked in and just fought through the tiredness and kept pushing through, And we made some timely plays during that game. Some guys stepped up that, really helped us out. So it was just the overall fight of the game and just battling through the endurance part of it is what helped us the most. So the summer workouts and things like that paid off for us.
In a situation like this, when you're, bringing your 35, 40 kids over there, and Houghton's going to have a lot more than that, I think a lot of folks look at that and go, okay, conditioning is going to play a role. The team with more players going one way is going to end up winning this game because they're going to be able to handle it. But maybe we didn't give enough credit to the folks from Claiborne Parish for just being in really good game shape early. To me, that was the thing that kind of surprised me. Like, I knew that your talent level and your speed for the Homer Pelicans would match up with just about anybody over here. But I thought, man, it's going to be tough for Homer to be able to compete for 4 quarters because you got so many kids that got to go both ways. How proud are you as a coach that your kids still had that left in the tank in the 4th quarter?
Very proud. Those are the things that you talk about all the time as coaches, battling through the pain, fighting through, being tired, playing the next play, just play till the clock hits 0-0-0. It's those things that we preached all summer, and what we work for. I mean, these kids, they really get out there during the summer. I try to make it as hard as possible for them, and they always rise to the occasion, and they always kind of prove to me that, that they can do it. And I always tell them that your body is amazing. It's going to adjust to what you put it through. And so the harder the summer workout, the better you'll come out on the other end as far as your conditioning and things like that. And it really showed during that game.
Well, the harder they work, the harder you push them, then that results in the more harder they work, which lets you push them even more, and it just keeps raising the level for how much these kids can go through. And to do that in week 1, Richie, I did. I just thought that was a very commendable for your kids, as well as for what you and the coaches really had these guys prepared to go through there. And Coach Delario Jones, does he call it Delario or Delario? I want to make sure I pronounce it right.
Delario Jones Jr.
Delario Jones, 3 touchdown passes. Coach, what does this kid bring to the table?
Well, he brings confidence. He's extremely confident in what we're teaching him. He's confident in his ability. I think he's just too young to understand what he's doing right now and how big the game is. But he's so poised when he's back to playing quarterback. It's like the moment is never too big for him. He just go out there and do what we coach him to do, and he feels like, well, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm playing quarterback, So I was excited about him, with being just a freshman to come out there and play like that. It's big for him.
Just a freshman. That's something else. How big is Delario?
He's not a big kid. He's about 5'9", 5'8", 155 pounds. But, he has a huge heart. And you can't tell him that he's small, I'll tell you that.
That's what you got to like right there, buddy. Facing a Minden squad that we'll talk to Spencer tomorrow and Daryl Barbay tomorrow. And what was the craziest game, Richie, I don't know if I've seen anything like this in 30 years of covering high school football up here. A team up 35-0, losing. And there's a couple of things you can look at. Minden played so well in that first half to go up 35-0. And then in the second half, Mansfield played so well to overcome that. I'm sure you're hoping you get that Minden team from the second half rather than the Minden team from the first half. What's the thing about Minden, though, that steps out and shines to you when you look at these kids on film?
Oh, we Minden just right up the road from us, so we know what they're capable of doing. They are very, very talented, extremely physical and huge up front, and those guys are more coming and beating us. So we have to we prepare like we're going to get that first half Minden, what we know that they can do Minden. And we're not taking them, losing that game, probably motivating them to come into home and play their best. So we're expecting to get the best Minden possible, and that's how we're preparing. We know what they're capable of doing. That's an extremely talented team. Those guys are big and physical up front. They can really dominate a game. So you got to be prepared for it.
As you stack up these games with, of course, the Claiborne Parish Super Bowl looming the next week against Haynesville at your place, how much do you stress success in this Minden game? Like, is it the be-all, end-all for you to win, or is it the be-all, end-all to just get effort, or what's, you want to win every game, but I'm just kind of curious because it feels like that what you guys do, what Kevin and Logansport does, what David does at Haynesville, is to try to build so that week 10 you're playing your best football. And then as it's mentioned before, you have a 5-week season to play your best after that. What do you really want to accomplish against Minden? What would be, even if the scoreboard doesn't go your way, what would be a successful Friday versus Minden for the Homer Pelicans?
Just to improve off of, what we did last week. The goal is to get better week to week, like you just mentioned. And we made a lot of mistakes in that home game. So what we want to do is come out and correct those mistakes and be better for this week. Now the goal is to win the game, but if we do everything better than what we did last week, then of course everything will work out for itself. We'll win the game.
It's so much fun because you've got Travion, who's a senior, and then you got Delario, who's a freshman, and that's kind of the epitome of that's why Homer is what they are. And that's why Haynesville's what they are. That's why Logansport's what they are. There's always a kid coming up whose uncle, dad, somebody, brother played at that school, played for that team, and is so excited to do well wearing the same uniform that their relatives have worn. And that's what really makes high school special in these communities. And, buddy, one of the best that ever wore it at Homer is this cat right here, Richie Casey. Always a pleasure talking to you, buddy. Hope your kids play their tails off on Friday night.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you having me on.
You bet. Richie Casey. I wonder how old Kobe is now. 3? Is that about right, Raj? Yeah. Hopefully we're still doing this when Kobe's ready to start playing. We appreciate our wonderful sponsors who make all this possible. Not just our show, but Friday Football Frenzy, JJ and Ben, Carrie and Jacob show with Matt Flynn, It all comes from our wonderful sponsors: Mudbugs Hockey, Brewer Home Center, Live Oak Environmental, AccuTemp, Sports World, Bailey's Jewelers, Alsco, Community Renewal, Honey Baked Ham, Bowman Asphalt, Chevyland, GBT, Shapen Toyota, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Bo'Hara's Wealth Management, Walk On Sports Bistro, Spell Brothers Lumber, Chop Shop, Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, Cormier Family Dentistry, Daiquiri Express, River Cities Lighting, Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Chasing Aces, Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers, Rejuvenate Medical, Porter's Cleaners, Glass Squatch, DraftKings, and Xfinity. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas LaValle, badge 1284, rest in peace, TLV. Hambone, what are you going to do? Hooking Up, Tracking Down's coming your way at 11 o'clock this morning. The best outdoor show on the radio.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for